were days where we thought we wouldn't make it out, but we stuck it out today. There were days where we thought we wouldn't make it out, but we stuck it out. Today's our day. Today's our day. There were nights we would fight, no end in sight, nothing was right. Tonight's our night. Tonight's our night. I'll fight for you until this life is over. There's no giving up here, babe. We'll make it out and fall in love tonight. Ain't nothing needed but us feeling right. Just take a chance, we got a wild ride. Wait and see, you and me, we were meant to be. We were meant to be. We were meant to be. There were times when we found it, fell back in love. The best still to come. Our time is now. Our time is now. I'll fight for you until this life is over. There's no giving up here, babe. We'll make it out and fall in love tonight. Ain't nothing needed but us feeling right. Just take a chance, we got a wild ride. Wait and see, you and me, we were meant to be. 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 darkness, I will be your light. Every word sent down from heaven has the power of Christ. When you feel like you're alone and the light is wandering off, just a whisper through the gloom, you will find your compass pointing home. I am with you in the darkness, I will be your light. Every word sent down from heaven has the power of Christ. When you feel like you're alone and the light is wandering off, just a whisper through the gloom, you will find your compass pointing home. I feel like I'm afraid to say how I feel, to know I let you down. 'Cause late nights turn to days, don't wanna let you down. With each breath we give away, it'll never be the same. I'm chasing somebody who won't ever ease the pain, but I don't want half of your heart. You can have it back if it's only half of your heart. If it's only half of your heart.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Divine Mercy Radio's Spring Care-a-thon. Today you are listening to us. This is Divine Mercy Radio on 101.7 KJDM Lindsborg, Salina, 105.7 KMDG Hayes, 88.1 KRTT Great Bend, 88.1 KVDM Hayes, 89.1 KGOH Colby, and 107.3 K297AI Hill City. My name is Allison Ochoa, and I am your host for the first day of this year's Care-a-thon, or this spring's Care-a-thon, rather. The theme that we are operating under for this week is Behold, I Make All Things New. This spring, our Care-a-thon goal is $125,000, and we've made a good dent in that, but we would love to have your donation to help us make our meet our goal and keep these airwaves going and being able to spread the gospel through Divine Mercy Radio. If you would like to make a donation in any amount, please give us a call at 785 621 4110. Again, it's 785 621 4110. You can also donate online at dvmercy.com. We did start the day with $30,150 in matching funds, and we still have a significant portion of that available. So please just make your donation today, and then you'll essentially double your donation to our radio station. Again, we appreciate donations in any amount. If someone wants to, donate that a full 30,000, we would gladly take that. But if you can afford $10, we'll take that with a lot of gratitude as well. So please, again, give us a call and help us make a dent in those matching funds. All of those individuals giving $250 or more will be entered into a drawing that will take place at the end of the week for one of the following raffle prizes. We have a Bose portable smart speaker donated by Dave and Janet Schmidt, owners of Dave's Auto Repair in Hayes. Dave and Janet also donated 2 custom handmade cutting boards, and so you could win one of those. We also have a pair of ladies' yellow 14 karat stud earrings, and it's 0.88 carat total weight. That's donated by Dustin and Lainey Rose, owners of Diamond R Jewelry in Hayes. We have a handmade ladder rosary donated by Dora Liker of Munger. A $150 gift certificate to Big E Meats donated by Stephen and Melissa Biggie of Hayes. A $100 gift certificate to Hickok Steakhouse in Hayes, donated by Oscar Runyon, Greg Whitehair, and Damon Hoare owners. All $500 donors will be entered into the drawing for one of those Care-a-thon gifts. Plus, they will receive a 60-second spot that they can use to celebrate any special occasion, whether that is a loved one's birthday, a baptism, a wedding, an anniversary, or anything that you'd like to commemorate. All individuals giving $1,000 or more will be given the things that we just mentioned a few minutes ago. Plus, they will receive 2 tickets to the annual banquet, which will be held Saturday, September 12th in Hayes. That banquet will feature Teresa Tomio, who is going to be our guest speaker, and she is the host of Catholic Connections. Again, our Care-a-thon theme is Behold, I Make All Things New. So if you want to give us a call and give us a pledge to help support the radio station, please give us a call at 785 621 4110. You can also use that number if you have a question for our on-air guest, and you can text that question to 621 4110. We have a number of different options in terms of being able to support the radio station, whether that is through monthly giving. We also have our NFP, or Never Forget plan, which allows you to sign up for a monthly withdrawal from your credit or checking account. You can also listen a number of ways. So if you're driving in the car and you're listening to us on the radio, or you've got the radio on at home, we're so glad that you've tuned in. But you can also hear us at dvmercy.com by clicking on the Listen Live button. You can download the smartphone app. Just type in Divine Mercy Radio in your app or Play Store. Or if you have an Amazon Echo, you can say, Alexa, enable the Divine Mercy Radio skill, if you want to hear us from the Lindsborg Salina station, or Alexa, enable the Divine Mercy Radio skill KMDG if you'd like to listen from the Hayes station. After the skill is enabled, you can say, Alexa, play Divine Mercy Radio if you're in the Lindsborg Salina area, or Alexa, play Divine Mercy Radio KMDG for the Hayes station. You can also watch us live on Rumble, Facebook, and YouTube. And I understand that the first 4 hours of today's Care-a-thon will be uploaded to YouTube within the next few hours. So we are very excited and thankful to Hickok's Steakhouse for giving us, just presenting us with a wonderful lunch today. All of us who are here volunteering, as well as some of our priests, were able to eat a delicious meal this afternoon. And that was donated by, again, Hickok's Steakhouse, Oscar Runyon, Greg Whitehair, and Damon Hoare owners. So we are very appreciative to them for a delicious meal. Before we get into our interview, I do have a trivia question for the top of the hour, and I also want to share with you some of the donations that have come in over the lunch hour. Our 12 o'clock radio trivia question is, if people are buried in cemeteries and a collection of statues is called a statuary, then why do people go to a seminary? Is the answer A, to study to be a priest, B, to study to become a monk, C, to study to become a canon lawyer, or D, all of the above? So again, the question is, if people are buried in cemeteries and a collection of statues is called a statuary, then why do people go to seminary? Is the answer A, to study to become a priest, B, to study to become a monk, C, to study to become a canon lawyer, or D, all of the above? Give us a call at 621-4110 if you have an answer to that trivia question or would like to make a donation. Now, a couple of the donations that came in over the lunch hour, we heard from Oliver and Caitlin Beal. They donated $100. We also heard from Marion Mengi, who happens to be Father Brian McCaffrey's grandmother, and she was calling us from the Topeka area, and she donated $100. So we appreciate them listening. We appreciate their support, and it looks like we just got a winner with our trivia question, Mrs. Shirley Dinkle. She called in and knew the answer to our trivia question was, the reason you go to a seminary is to study to become a priest. Great job, Mrs. Dinkle. We're so grateful that you're listening to us today. All right. So today our first guest this afternoon is Father Damian Richards. He has been a priest for over 30 years and has served in 17 parishes across the Diocese of Salina. Currently, Father Damian is the pastor of St. Nicholas of Myra Parish in Hayes and St. Francis of Assisi Parish in Munger, and he is also the chaplain for Engaged Encounter in the Diocese of Salina. So welcome, Father Damian.
Hello, good to be here.
He is going to talk to us. Now, I love this title of this topic because it reminds me very much of Indiana Jones. But his title of his presentation today is Rome Bound, the Quest for a Holy Relic. Yep. So, Father, do you want to give us a little bit of information about this exciting adventure that you're going to be on, and then we can go into some of the specifics?
Okay. Well, first off, just to start with it, I am going to be taking a pilgrimage to Italy November 2nd through 12th this year. And we'll be visiting, kind of hitting all of the greatest points, doing the greatest hits of cities in Italy. And if you're interested in joining us on the tour, contact me at St. Nicholas Parish. We'll be happy to send out the information to you and all that. And we're going in November because the crowds are smaller. It's the end of the tourist season, so there aren't as many crowds. And the temperatures are much better because, as I'm fond of pointing out, Rome in August is Kansas in August. And they don't believe in air conditioning. So, don't go in August. You want to go later in the year. Yeah. So hope everybody can join us for this. And this whole thing started, kind of was like 2 years ago, of St. Nicholas really doesn't have any relics. You go over to Victoria, oh my gosh, all the relics they've got there. St. Joseph's has relics, and Munger has relics. And it's like, well, St. Nick's, well, we don't have anything. And, well, what can we do? And so I heard, it was Father Brian Lager pointed this out, that there's a thing called St. Nicholas Manna, and that you can ask permission to get the relic. And so it's like, well, let's start investigating this, and contacted Corey Lyon at the diocese. Mm-hmm. And it's like, yeah, there are ways you can request relics, and it took about a year because it moves on Rome time, and they don't have stress related illnesses in Italy. They're never in a rush. And so about a year or so after, we finally got a letter from Barry, which is where St. Nicholas's remains are, saying that the parish has St. Nicholas has been granted a relic. You can't buy it.
Right.
They're very specific on that. You can't buy or sell relics, but they would give us one.
Oh, wow.
But along with the note of we would be happy to give you a relic was we cannot ship it. We can't send it through the mails because it's in a very delicate thing. So whenever you can come and pick it up, that would be fine. And that's where it all started. It's like, well, I wonder if anybody else might be interested in coming along with me to pick up the relic. And right now we got 30 other people
Wow.
that are interested in coming to help pick up the relic. So it's been a very good response to it.
Excellent.
And so that's where it all started, was St. Nicholas needs a relic because we got to keep up with St. Joseph and Victoria.
Definitely not a competition.
Yeah, but it's a good competition because it's
Yeah.
like, how many holy relics can we have?
Right. Well, explain to us, what is this manna of? Because we
St.
think
Nicholas-
manna.
It's manna in the desert.
Yeah.
That's where it comes from. What the manna is, it's an oil or a water that comes out of St. Nicholas's grave. It oozes out of the tomb, and they collect it, and it doesn't produce very much over the course of a year, but they collect it and then they put it in little jars. And in the Middle Ages, it was used for healing properties. That's what it was used for. And so they have this very nice little jar of manna, and they have a special hand blown glass container for it.
Wow.
And so I have a feeling that's why we're not going to ship this because we don't want it to break.
Right.
And so I get to worry about it on a plane. But that's where it is it's that manna. They'll also sell, it's like they'll sell you water that's been diluted, that's diluted manna. Like water that has like a drop of it in it, and then you can take that home with you and then use it for personal devotion, variation on Lourdes water,
Right.
Fatima water, things like that.
So what was the process? You contacted our chancery. Does this get approved by the Pope? Who approves this?
Well, they send it to Barry, to the place where the relic is, and then Barry decides whether we're worthy to have it or not. So that's why you got to go through your bishop.
I see.
It's got to come from a bishop. It can't come from, I'm some guy who decided that it'd be cool to have some manna. Like, no, because they're under an obligation to make sure that if they give out a relic, that it gets treated with respect.
Sure.
And so a bishop would request it. And so Bishop Binky is the one who formally requested it.
Okay.
And we had to translate it into Italian and
so quite a process.
And then mail the letter. You couldn't just send an email. You had to
Right.
mail a physical letter and all this
Oh, wow.
in order to get it. That's why one of the reasons it took forever.
Okay. So then, for people who are not familiar with St. Nicholas of Myra, can you tell us where Myra is or was, and now how did he end up in Bari, Italy?
Bari, Italy. Well, Nicholas of Myra is from Myra, which is in Turkey, modern day Turkey. And because that's where he was born, and all the stories and all the legends you have of St. Nicholas, the 3 bags of gold and him rescuing the 3 little boys that he was resurrected from the dead, and the 3 soldiers that he saved from being executed for a crime they didn't commit. All that happened in Turkey.
Yeah.
And Nicholas lived in the 300s and was bishop there. And then he died, 400s or thereabouts, 300s, 400s. The story is that he was at the Council of Nicaea. And I always love he got mad, and Arius was there, and Nicholas got mad at him and punched him. And it's a wonderful story.
And if any of you have had the opportunity to listen to Father Damien tell the saint stories, I work with the kids at St. Nicholas and St. Joseph with their faith formation program. And this is a very popular storytelling experience. They get to listen to the story of St. Nicholas. Is wonderful.
But all of that stuff happened in, it was Turkey, or when Nicholas was alive, it was the eastern half of the Roman Empire.
Mhm.
Because in the 300s, the empire had split into half. It was too big and too cumbersome for it to be run by one emperor in one city. And so there was an emperor, there were two emperors, and there were co-emperors. There was one in Constantinople, and there was one in Rome. And then, like, the guy in Rome moved to like Milan in the 400s. So there were two guys. So the eastern half and the western half. And he was in the eastern half.
Yeah.
Now, if you know your medieval history, in 700s or in the 700s, Muhammad had a vision and wrote down the Quran, and then the Islamic conquest began, starting in the Middle East, starting in like Saudi Arabia or modern day Saudi Arabia, and then worked its way throughout the Middle East. And that's where the Crusades came from, is because the Muslims took over the Holy Land and Christians from Europe came to the Holy Land in order to reconquer. But part of what they were doing, the Muslims were conquering through Asia Minor, modern day Turkey. And the Roman Empire on the east, and the Orthodox and the Eastern Empire was getting smaller and smaller because of this. And in the year 1087, the Muslims had conquered Bari. And so that was where conquered, they didn't take over Bari, they took over, they took over Myra. And because they took over Myra, Christians were getting nervous of, well, will we still be able to go and venerate the relics of the martyrs? Will we still be able to go and worship there or not? And there was some doubt, because other places they said, sometimes the Muslims said, yes, you can come. Other times the Muslims said, no, you can't. So they were a little nervous about it. And so the Christians from Venice and the town of Bari, Venice is in the northern part of Italy and was a maritime sea power, got its money by trading. And Bari was in the southern part of Italy on the Adriatic. And it also made its money through trade. So they decided, Christians decided, well, we're going to go take the relics. And so that's what they did, is that they went over to Myra and they stole the relics. Now, there are several stories about it, that did they steal them or did they take them for safekeeping? And it was probably a bit of both. The image I love to use is that if you've read Kansas history, the county seat wars, how people would have fights and riots over where the county seat would be, where the courthouse would be. Well, they did that with relics in the Middle Ages.
Oh, wow.
The cities would fight over who got to have the relic of this famous saint. And because people would want to go and see the relic and they'd want to pray with the relic. And well, as long as we're in town, we got to have a place to stay. We got to have a place to eat. We got to eat. And we might as well pick up some souvenirs and trinkets while we're here. And so it was a monetary thing to get them to come here. So like I said, it was a bit of both for with the tomb. Let's see. Oh, here it is. This is the story about it. In 1087, sailors and merchants from Bari came to Myra, and they visited the tomb of St. Nicholas, and the monks who were there showed them, and here's where the manna comes out and everything else. And the sailors then asked, so where exactly is the body? And the monks showed them, but the monks became suspicious. Surely you do not intend to take the saint's remains with you. If so, we won't allow it. However, in the end, the Barians prevailed, and they broke open the tomb with an iron bar, and they carried the bones away into a ship.
Wow.
And the natives were, the local people were very upset, to say the least. And put a pin in that. That becomes important later. There's a story later with that. And then they arrived in Bari on May 9th in the year 1087. And the townspeople made this big deal about, we have the relics of St. Nicholas now. And they formally installed them in their in the basilica that's there. The Pope Urban II, formally laid the relics to rest there and consecrated the shrine. And so, this was a big deal. And so that's how they got over there, is people just came in and took them. And a couple of stories I've read says that Nicholas showed the people of Myra that this was okay. He gave them a vision and said, no, this is right, that I go over to Italy now.
Yeah.
And so that way people made it a shrine.
So his bones, his remains were secreting this manna before he even before they even buried him in Bury.
Yeah.
And so have they tested this? I mean, I know, you think the Shroud of Turin, you think of the, Our Lady of Guadalupe image. Scientists are just crawling all over each other to try to test this stuff. Have they done any of that? And what have they determined, if anything?
Well, they have done it. And this was in the night. They would examine, we have a couple of things. They did chemical analysis of the manna in like 1910 and 1925.
Wow.
And they broke out what it is, and it's mainly water. The other thing that they were wondering is like, okay, well, where's the water coming from? And well, Bury is right there on the coast.
Right.
And so, well, must be seawater or groundwater is getting into the tomb, and that's what's coming out. And they said, no, the tomb is sealed. Like, this is not groundwater. This is water that's coming from inside the tomb.
Oh, wow.
And then in the 1950s, they had to do some reconstruction of the tomb because 1087 was the last time.
Right.
And so, 800 years later, it's like, well, it needs some work. So they exhumed the remains, put them in a glass jar, and then that way you could view the remains. Francis's remains were exposed at the beginning because we're on the 800th anniversary of Francis's passing.
Right.
And so they exposed his bones too for people to venerate. Well, in the 1950s, they did the same thing with St. Nicholas. And in the glass jar, water would ooze out of the bones. And it was the same stuff. It was the same manna.
Right.
So they really don't know how it's getting there or how it's coming out, but it's like, well, it's a water with some chemicals in it.
And does it happen year round? Is it just at a certain time?
Well, no, it's not like Januarius's blood.
Right.
Januarius's blood is like it happens once a year.
Yes.
Or maybe happens once a year. It depends.
Yeah.
But no, this is like it's always excreting. It's not coming out very fast. There's not a lot of it, but that's what's coming out. And let's say, what is it? Oh, and another fun thing about it, because they exhumed the bones, right? And they wanted to like, well, we have them. We know how to do forensics. You can examine a bone and you can tell things about the person based on the bone. And so the bones that they had, it was a man, they were the bones of a man in his mid-70s. And they could also tell that this was a man who lived, he had mainly a vegetarian diet, which would fit because Nicholas wasn't much for show or, fancy living or anything like that.
Right.
So you could imagine him just getting by on vegetables and they'd be fine. There were also signs of imprisonment, signs of stress on the bones. And they figured that came from, which is Nicholas was imprisoned during the persecutions under the Emperor Diocletian. So he's in prison then. And so, well, that would fit that he was confined to that. And so all of those things, it matched up to, they even have like how tall he was. Let's see if I can find it. But it's like he's like 5.5 feet tall, which is actually, here it is, 860. Yeah, it was 75. He was over 70 years of age. It was average height, so it was 5 feet 5 inches. Shoulders would have been 15.5 inches wide, 33-inch waist. So.
Very detailed.
Yeah, very well. With bones, you can do that.
Right.
And so it's like that's what they could tell from it. And one thing about it is, where is it? This is the note. The skeleton, bones were very fragile. There were a lot of fragments because you remember how they got the bones, which was they pried open the tomb and just grabbed stuff and ran. That's what they did. And so many of them were fragmented. They kept the skull was in very good shape because it's very easy to say, oh my God, this is the skull. We're going to hold this.
Right.
The other ones, they just kind of threw in. And how they, one vertebrae showed a slice of bone had been removed with a cut from a sharp knife. pulling things out,
Uh-huh.
we just got to pry it out. So they grabbed a knife and they pried it out
And damage the bones.
and damaged the bone. And so it all kind of fits together about, yeah, those are really his bones. And the best part is that in the 1950s, when they were doing this stuff, it was very important then that the church wanted to show the historicity of the church and that we're not afraid of science, we're afraid of discovery. And so that was when Paul VI, was Pius XII or Paul VI? Oh, it was Pius XII started it, that they found the bones that they thought were the bones of St. Peter. Traditional said these are the bones of St. Peter because they were underneath the tomb of St. Peter. And so he allowed them to be examined in the 1950s. And they came back with man in his 70s, 2,000-year-old bones.
Right.
And so science proved, in terms of science, that's as much as you can prove. Is like science backs up the tradition. And so and also they did the same thing with Paul's bones as well at St. Paul's outside the walls, both places we're going to be visiting on my tour, by the way.
Nice plug.
Sales always be closing, always be selling. But they did that with Peter, they did that with Paul, and so it makes sense that they would do that with Nicholas at the same time. Of the church is not afraid of science, and we are people of history. And one notable thing at St. Mary Major, which is another church we'll be going to, tradition said that a icon that was there was painted by St. Luke.
Oh,
that
wow.
Luke painted it from life. He asked Mary to sit down and may I paint your picture? And that's according to tradition. And so they examined, Pius gave permission to have that icon examined. And it came out that icon was made in like the 5th century.
Okay.
And they said, no, it was made in the 5th century. It wasn't it wasn't painted by St. Luke.
Wow.
But so there's a little disclaimer. You go into St. Mary Major, and we'll be going. You can go in and see the icon, and there's a little disclaimer, icon from the 5th century. It says that.
Very good.
But still, it's a very old icon, and people have been honoring Mary with it.
Right. So, excellent.
Yeah.
Well, everybody, you are listening to the Divine Mercy Radio Spring Care-a-thon. Our theme this year or this spring is Behold, I Make All Things New. And we are definitely talking about old things being made new and being brought to new parts of the world here with Father Damien. Our goal this Spring Care-a-thon is to raise $125,000 toward the operating costs for the radio station. We started the day with $30,150 in matching funds toward that $125,000 goal. And I was just notified that we have $24,000 in matching funds left. So you have the opportunity to make a donation and essentially double your money. So dollar for dollar, your donation will be matched. If you have the means to give us the full $24,000, we would be eternally grateful. But if you can give us even something smaller, $5, $10, $100, whatever it is in your capacity to give, we would love to receive that donation from you. We did just receive a donation, a $250 donation from an anonymous donor. So whoever just called in to donate that $250, please know of our appreciation. And we pray as a board, we pray every month for our donors, and we thank you very, very much for your generosity. Again, we still have a little less than $24,000 left in matching funds. If you would like to make a donation toward our $125,000 goal, you can give us a call at 785-621-4110. Again, that is 785-621-4110. You can also donate online at dvmercy.com. Again, that is dvmercy.com. And as we're very close to the bottom of the hour, I'm going to go ahead and share the 12:30 trivia question. So the question is, why is the book of Genesis named Genesis? A, because that's the way it is. B, that's the last sentence of the book. C, that's in the first sentence of the book. Or D, we don't have the original translation. So why is the book of Genesis named Genesis? A, because that's just the way it is. B, that's in the last sentence of the book. C, that's in the first sentence of the book. Or D, we don't have the original translation. So if you know the answer to that question, give us a call at 785 621 4110. You can also text that same number, 785 621 4110, if you have a question for Father Damien or for any of our on air guests over the course of the next 4 days. But again, if you have that trivia answer, please give us a call. And if you want to make a donation, you can call that same number or donate online at dvmercy.com. So this hour, we are speaking with Father Damien Richards, and we are talking about his quest for a holy relic. He is going to be Rome bound later this year to pick up we have to not they can't mail it, so he's picking it up in person.
Yep.
But a relic of Saint Nicholas of Myra, so that the parish that follows his name can have one of his very own relics. Now this is a little bit of a different situation, but can you discuss a little bit about Pope Francis and how he let relics go to Russia, I guess is the way it worked, here a few years ago, about 2017.
Yeah. And this is, remember how they pretty much, the people from Barry just walked in, took the relics and left.
Yes.
Like this is where we're coming back to that. In 2017, or no, it was 2016, Pope Francis met with the Moscow Patriarch, who's the head of the Orthodox Church in Moscow. And Moscow is like the main Orthodox Church. But they met in Havana, Cuba. I don't know why Havana, but they met in Havana in February. And during that meeting, Francis offered to have some of the relics of Saint Nicholas travel to Russia, so that way people could venerate the relic. And they enthusiastically agreed to it. And in 2017, they allowed was a rib fragment was taken from Barry, flown to Russia, and so they were able to do a veneration there, and it went around Russia and a tour.
Eventually returned to Barry?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
I thought, this is why I'm glad I researched, because I thought all the relics were gone. I thought Pope Francis gave it back to Myra, but I misheard, and it was, no, he loaned it to the Moscow Patriarch, so that way could see it. And so that's what it was doing, there.
And do they have throughout Russia, do they have other relics of saints that they are able to venerate there that maybe?
Oh yeah, they've got stuff.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Although
this was just one they hadn't had.
Well, part of it is, they didn't have the relic. Saint Nicholas is a very popular saint in the Orthodox tradition. And so this was a great gesture of goodwill that, we want to bring the East and the West together. And so let us be united in our veneration of a common saint. And so that's one of the reasons why Pope Francis wanted to do that, was to bring it back. A lot of relics in Russia got destroyed during the Communist Revolution, though, for them to come back, to be able to come back for that.
So the manna that you are going to go get, well, let me ask you this. Number one, they just hand it over to you? Is there a ceremony?
Oh, funny you should mention that.
I don't know how this works.
Funny you should mention that, because I was, after I got the tour arranged, and you can still go online, and please give me a call if you're interested in the tour. But I was emailing, I sent an email to the church in Barry, and I had to run it through Google Translate. I used very simple declarative sentences in English so that the translation didn't get screwed up too much, and sent him an email. In February, I sent an email saying, we will be in Barry on November 8th. Would that be a good date to pick up the relic? Because I know Italy, and we're closed that day and there's nothing we can do. So I really wanted to make sure they knew that we were coming on this day, and so to make sure we could get there. And in February, I sent him an email and I hadn't heard anything. And then, so last week, I sent another email doing a follow-up, because I'm German and they're Italian, and sent another email saying, I sent you regarding my previous email, will this date work for you? And he was in that day. Like the next day, I got an email back, and it's Father Giovanni, and he said that, yes, that date works very well for us. The church, it falls on a Sunday, And so if you can come to Sunday Mass in Barry on that day, we will hand the relics over to you at that Sunday Mass.
Oh, wow.
So
That's amazing.
yeah,
So they hand it to you. I don't know if there was like a particular rite or ceremony or anything affiliated with that. Do you know what
I'm
that
kind of
will?
curious to find out
Okay,
myself.
you'll find out when you get there.
So I was like, oh, this should be interesting.
And then how do you, I mean, you know, the TSA,
It better be less than 2 ounces.
I was going to say,
Yes.
how are you going to carry this on the plane to get it back?
Well, it's either I put it in my checked luggage,
Uh-huh.
you know, with make sure it's insulated. And,
Right.
Right. So I have no idea. I'm
Okay.
very curious to see how this is going to work. But anyway, they're going to be, it's not just show up, knock on the door. Oh, here you are.
Yeah.
Best of luck. It's like, no, we welcome representatives from St. Nicholas of Myra Church
Wow.
in Hayes, Kansas. And here is, from us to you, here is a
Mhm.
gift of a relic of St. Nicholas.
Wonderful. And do you have to take credentials with you to prove that's who you are?
Yeah, because I'll need a celebrant letter anyway,
Oh,
because,
yes.
you know, when you're on tour, we're working on being able to say Mass in as many of these holy sites as we possibly can. Um, on the
Wow.
slow days, we'll say Mass like in a hotel room.
Right.
Everybody will crowd into one room and we'll do it there. But
Yeah.
on the good days, you know, Mass at St. Peter's, you know, Mass in Barry, you know,
what an
Mass
opportunity.
at St. Francis, Mass at the Basilica of St. Francis,
Yeah.
things like that. And I also did some digging. They had a list of all the parishes that have relics.
Yes, I was going to ask, where
Yeah.
else do we have some of this manna in the United States or
Well,
other, you know, St.
There
Nicholas
are
relics?
87 churches throughout the world that have relics of St. Nicholas, and 4 of them have manna. There's one in Virginia, which is a Byzantine Catholic church. There's one in Flushing, New York, which is a Greek Orthodox church. They had the manna. And then little old Hayes, Kansas, little old Hayes, America, we're going to have manna also. In Kiev,
Russia?
In Kiev, Russia, they've got manna there.
Or I guess Ukraine, perhaps.
Well, it's Ukraine. Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to get a Ukrainian to punch you, say that it's Russia. It's
Right.
like, no, it's not Russia. It's a different thing.
Yeah.
And so it's not unlike Victoria's Basilica,
Yes.
you know, and it's the only basilica in the state.
Yeah.
You know,
That's
so
amazing.
it's this neat little thing that we'll be able to have.
And do you have a spot located
Oh, yeah.
already picked out
Oh,
for
yeah,
it?
yeah, yeah.
How will you display it if you can give us that information?
Well, what we've got at St. Nicholas in our gathering space,
Mhm.
we've got our icon of Christ with Mary and Nicholas,
Mhm.
and Alvin Kuhn, parishioner of ours, Father Herbert Kuhn, he has a relic of the True Cross. And Father Herbert gave it to his mom and dad, and when mom and dad passed, Alvin got it, and then Alvin moved into assisted living. And, well, Father, do you want this? Yes, we do. So
that was quite the hit when you brought it around to the faith formation classes.
Oh
last year.
yeah. We have a relic of the real cross.
Mhm.
And so in our gathering space, you know, there's Christ in the middle, and then facing Christ off to the left, we have the relic of the True Cross. We had a reliquary,
Mhm.
a handmade. We had a reliquary locally built so that we can put it there.
Yeah.
And then we're going to have a reliquary to match to go on the other
Oh,
side.
great.
And then we'll have the manna displayed in there.
That'll be great.
So they'll be on either side.
Now, unlike, I mean, you know, you see things and you get holy water and it kind of dries out. This manna, it's always liquid. It will always remain it or retain.
Well, I
its,
imagine if you open it up, it'll dry out because
Right.
it's mainly water. But we don't intend to do that.
right, exactly.
But we will use it because if we can buy just water that's been blessed with the manna,
Hmm.
you know, because there's a diluted version that
Uh-huh.
they'll be happy to sell you. Because I would like to get some of that and then use that in like worship services, healing
Sure.
services, like on the Feast of St. Nicholas to offer a blessing using that manna.
Well, that was another
I haven't
question.
thought that far ahead, but that would be a cool moment to be able
Yeah.
to do.
So how is this manna used in healing services, healing prayers? I mean, we had Father Curtis Carlson in a little bit ago talking about the anointing of the sick. You know,
Oh, yeah.
I know that's, you know, special oil that's dedicated just for anointing of the sick.
Mhm.
So how do you utilize this manna?
Well, I found, it's amazing the stuff you can find online, but I found a prayer for it. And it's this wonderful litany and set of prayers. And it's, what is it? Almighty God, we ask you to comfort us in our infirmities, to increase the faith of those who we raise to you, implore the great, may this holy manna of St. Nicholas be like the waters of the pool of Siloam, restoring sight and restoring health. And so then we have the person, they can drink the manna, or it can be applied to the parts of their body.
Wow.
So
very, very cool. That's something that we don't hear about so often.
No, you don't. And then there's a prayer. It's technically it would be a sacramental.
Mm-hmm.
So what Father Curtis was talking about was much more important because it's a sacrament.
Right.
Sacraments are more important than sacramentals.
Yes.
But still, it's a sacramental for healing.
Yeah.
And, you are going through a rough time. You need comfort and consolation. Well, we'll anoint you with St. Nicholas oil.
Yeah.
St. Nicholas manna in order to ask for his healing power. And does it actually it'd be really good for sick kids now that I think about it.
Absolutely.
Well, we got our statue, our great big bronze statue of St. Nicholas.
Mm-hmm.
When you come into church, is him resurrecting 3 boys
Yep.
who were killed, who were murdered by an evil innkeeper. And I always love to tell that story of baptism because I say, Nicholas is a great patron of children because he'll do anything, even raise them from the dead, in order to take care of them.
Yeah.
And so to anoint a child with St. Nicholas manna, St. Nicholas watch over and protect this child, that'd be
very special.
That'd be a neat thing. I'm not sure how to, I'll figure out a way.
We're bringing all sorts of ideas up here.
Well, yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to take just a quick break and remind everybody that we do have a trivia question that as of yet has not been answered. So the trivia question for the bottom of the 12 o'clock hour is, why is the book of Genesis named Genesis? A, because that's the way it is. B, that's the last sentence in the book. C, that's in the first sentence of the book. Or D, we don't have the original translation. So why is the book of Genesis named Genesis? Because that's the way it is. B, that's in the last sentence of the book. C, that's in the first sentence of the book. Or D, we don't have the original translation. So if you give us a call at 621-4110, let us know the answer to that question. You can also, when you call that number, you can make a donation to help us reach that $125,000 goal. We started the day with just over $30,000 in matching funds. And as of a few minutes ago, we still had a little under $24,000 in matching funds available. So every dollar you donate today will be matched dollar for dollar. You'll be able to double your donation essentially. And we would appreciate any donation you are able to give to help us further the mission of Divine Mercy Radio. So again, you can make those pledges by calling 785-621-4110, or you can donate online at dvmercy.com. The money raised helps us keep this radio station and all of our affiliate stations on the air. And it gives us the opportunity to come to you 2 times a year with these amazing interviews over the course of 4 days. And today, our first interview of the afternoon is with Father Damian Richards, who is going to be making a pilgrimage over to Rome here later this year to receive a holy relic of St. Nicholas of Myra. Now, as we get back into our conversation, I want to switch gears just a little bit. And you mentioned the 800th anniversary of St. Francis, and I know Father Curtis also mentioned that a little bit in his conversation with me. Tell us a little bit about that and what that all entails and why that's a special opportunity or occasion for us.
Well, they named it as a Jubilee year because of the 800th. Pope Leo, just after the old Jubilee ended, he named it a Jubilee for St. Francis. And of course, that's the beautiful connection is the Capuchins here in Ellis County. And so this wonderful witness of faith of we are going to go over and see the places where Francis lived. And that's a connection, of course, with our Capuchins. One cool thing I realized, because we'll be we won't be able to see Francis's remains, but we will be able to see Clare's remains.
Wonderful.
Because the Basilica of St. Clare, They buried her underneath. And then again, and it was like in the 1950s, they did some excavation and they found the tomb, and they discovered she was an incorrupt.
Isn't that incredible?
Yeah, and so you can go down and you can look at her. And I remember, did you see the pictures online of Francis's remains when they brought him out?
I probably did, yeah.
But they were just, it was this square box,
Uh-huh.
like a sandbox thing,
Yeah.
and it was just bones. They put bones roughly where the bones were from the body, but they were just bones. That's all they'd come down to.
Right.
After 800 years, Francis decayed, but after 800 years, Claire did not.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just amazing. You, maybe you have more insight than I do as to why those things happen.
You don't know. That's part of it. That's what.
It's the mystery.
That's what makes it a miracle. It's like we can't explain why this happened.
Yeah.
And so we'll get to see Claire's body, and we'll get to see Francis's body, and so all of those stories of Saint Francis, him giving everything back to his dad.
Yeah.
We're going to be in the town square where that happened. We'll be at the chapel, the convent of San Damiano. We'll be there. We'll take that as a tour. And that's where the cross of San Damiano was, which spoke to Francis and said, Francis, rebuild my church. And that's also where the miracle of the Eucharist happened with Claire. You know, the bandits were trying to break into the convent.
I don't know that story very well.
You don't know that story?
I probably have heard it at some point, but it's not
tell
registering.
that story all the time. There were bandits roaming around central Italy, and the convent heard that the bandits were coming, but they were outside the city walls, and so no protection. Right. And the bandits saw that's a convent undefended, and so they decided to attack it. And so they were pounding on the doors trying to get in, and the nuns went to Claire, because she's the superior, do something, because you're the one in charge. What does she do? She's not trained in combat. She doesn't know what to do. So what she did is that she went to the chapel, got the Blessed Sacrament, put the Blessed Sacrament in a monstrance, put the monstrance on this side of the door. They were pounding on the other side to get in. She put it on the floor on this side of the door. And then they all knelt down in prayer. And she said, Lord, watch over these servants of mine, for yours, for I cannot protect them.
Oh, wow.
That was the prayer she prayed. And there are different versions of what happened after. Some is that light came out of the monstrance. Other is that they heard a voice, that there was noise on the other side. The voice was, I know, I love them and I will always protect them. But no matter which version is there, is that after she made that prayer, the bandits went away.
Incredible.
Either on the human level, they decided it was too much work, so let's just leave. Or on the supernatural level, they realized we won't be able to get in.
Oh my God.
But we will be there where that happened.
That's amazing.
And I tell that story all the time. Go down to Munger.
I will.
And Munger, you look on the high altar, there's Francis in the middle, Anthony of Padua, and then there's Claire, and she's holding this little stick thing with looks like a lantern. It's a monstrance. She's holding the monstrance. That's why she's holding it.
Okay.
Because it protected her. But we're going to see that.
Oh, wow.
We're going to be there for it. We're going to be in the chapel where the cross of San Damiano is.
Wow.
And if you go in there, they even have a sign saying, don't pray out loud in here.
Oh, my goodness.
Because they don't want people thinking, because the cross of San Damiano spoke to Francis.
Right.
Francis, rebuild my church. And so they make a point of don't pray out loud because we don't want to mess with people's heads.
Sure. So, makes perfect sense. Yeah. Well, where else are you going? So you've got Florence, Assisi, Loretto. Where all are you going?
Well, we fly into Rome. Then we get on a bus and go up to Florence. And Florence, it's Renaissance Italy.
Yes.
And so all the beauty of Renaissance Italy is there in Florence. Very few saints in Florence. They were too busy making money. So we go to Florence, and then we go from Florence down to Assisi. And then that's where we'll see Francis stuff and Claire's stuff. Carlos Acutis is buried in Assisi also. And so I I've never been there. I need to see that. Then we'll go down to Loretto, and that's the Holy House of Loretto.
Uh-huh.
And the Holy House
Transported, right?
from Ephesus.
Yes.
Yeah, it was Mary's house, and the angels took it from
Ephesus.
yeah, it was
Sorry?
from Ephesus to Italy, to Loretto.
Wow.
And once again, this is one of those things. Was this icon really painted by St. Luke?
Right.
The best part I love about the story of the Holy House of Loretto is read A Story of the Soul,
Uh-huh.
Teresa of Lisieux.
Yes.
Okay. Because when she journals about when her dad took her to Rome.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. They stopped at the Holy House, and she journaled about being there in that house.
Oh, wow.
And she was just really soaking in the atmosphere of, I am where the Blessed Virgin was and all that. She was, so that's my selling point.
Yeah.
That's why I want to see it, is because, well, if it's good enough, it's good enough for Teresa Lisieux, it's good enough for me. Okay.
Yeah.
And then San Giovanni Rotondo.
Uh-huh.
You know who's there? They have pictures of him out here. There's a relic of it at St. Francis at Victoria.
Well,
Padre Pio.
oh, okay.
That's where Padre
Yeah.
Pio lived.
All right.
And his tomb is there. And so we will see the tomb of Padre
Yes.
Pio,
Okay.
which is, again, another nice connection to Victoria and
Uh-huh.
Ellis County, because they have a relic of Padre Pio
Yeah.
at Victoria. And so we're going to be
Right.
part of that. We're going to see that.
Wonderful.
And then Monte Cassino, and that's where, and then from San Giovanni Rotondo, that's where we go down to Bari
Uh-huh.
for the day. We
Mass.
spend the night at San Giovanni. It's like 2 days there. One day will be spent driving to Bari and back, so you don't
Yeah.
have to unpack. You can leave the clothes unpacked for one day. And Monte Cassino is where Benedict formed his first monastery.
Oh,
That's where the
wow.
monastery was,
Yes.
and where Scholastica was.
Wow.
And that wonderful story of Benedict and Scholastica, I tell this all the time, of they were twins.
Yes.
And he went to visit her in her convent, and they were having a wonderful visit the night. And he said, no, I can't just spend the night because I'm a monk. I got to be back in my monastery.
Uh-huh.
I can't go. And so Scholastica just bowed her head in prayer. And then all of a sudden, this massive thunderstorm came up and nobody could get out. And Benedict looked at Scholastica and he said, sister, what did you do? And she said, well, I asked you if you could stay and you said no. I asked God if you could stay and he said yes.
Oh, I love that.
And so he was, and so it's like, well, okay,
Yeah.
you got me.
Isn't it so fascinating? It's so fascinating to see or read about and kind of be taught about these connections that all of these saints had to each other, and some of them, with siblings,
Yeah.
but also just, how they overlapped, who was taught by whom, and all of that. That's incredible. So this trip is over how many days, and what do people need to do to get in touch with you or to get involved in this?
11-day trip, November 2nd through the 12th,
Okay.
flies out of Kansas City. So really the easiest way to do it is call the rector, call the St. Nicholas Parish,
Okay.
or call or email us,
Okay.
and we'll be happy to send you the information, the detailed itinerary, and the stuff
Sure.
that you need in order to be able to get on a plane.
Excellent. And what's the
so-
deadline?
Final deadline is like Father's Day.
Okay, so June.
Well, what I've been saying, they need airlines need they pay the airlines way ahead of time,
Mhm.
so that way they can lock in the good rates, and so they need everything by July 1st.
Sure.
So I'm telling people, well, Father's Day.
Right. Now,
So-
I guess one question I failed to ask, have you worked with a tour group to put this together?
Yeah, this was NAWAS is the name of the organization,
Okay.
and I've gone overseas with them before, and they respect the fact that we are going over there to pray,
Uh-huh.
because I've gone on tour guides where it's like the whole concept, you show up, here's the famous building, here's the gift shop, here are the restrooms, you got a half hour to get back on the bus.
Oh,
And
yeah.
but with NAWAS, because I emailed them, I want to be able to offer mass. They said certainly we can accommodate that,
Yeah.
and so won't be able to do it every day because of just the way the schedule works out.
Right.
and what churches you're at, but be able to have mass in these various holy sites. They want to accommodate that. They want to be a
Great.
part of that.
Great.
So,
Is there a limit to the number of people that you can take?
no.
Okay. So if anybody is
There's,
interested, you can give
yeah.
Father Damien a call and he'll get you on the.
Yeah, there's a floor. They really want to have like 32,
Okay.
and I'm like too shy. I only need 2 more.
Okay.
And so we're achingly close, but there's no
Yeah.
ceiling. They haven't brought up a ceiling at all
Excellent.
in terms of that.
So if anybody out there is listening and wants to take this 11-day trip to Italy and see all these amazing sites and get all this experience, call Father Damien, call St. Nicholas of Myra.
I will also give you homework, but it'll be good homework because this way you know the story of the saint. So that way when we go into this building, when we go into this town, this is the place where that guy lived. And so it becomes much more alive in you. Because otherwise you go, I don't know, it's an old house, it's very charming, Italy's pretty.
Yeah.
It was a fancy old building, but
right.
But if you know, it's like the movie The Agony and the Ecstasy is how the Sistine Chapel was painted. And so you watch the movie, and we're going to go to Rome, to the Vatican. We're going to see the Sistine Chapel. And so you know some of the story behind all that went on while this thing got painted and how it got painted, that type of thing.
Right.
Because you really want to be able to, it really makes it come alive and makes you appreciate it all the more of, I know what's going on in here.
Yeah.
So also a little bit of Latin. Be good to know a little bit of Latin, like the Latin Our Father, the intro, the Dominus Vobiscum et cum spiritu tuo, a couple of those little intro things, because like at Barry, they ain't going to be saying mass in English.
Yeah, exactly.
Because we're not in England, we're not in America, they're in Italy. So they're going to say the main part of it's going to be in Italian, but they'll probably do bits and pieces in Latin. So if you know how to say the Our Father in Latin, all of a sudden, wait a minute, I can pray this. I know this part. So
all right.
So it's those types of things. I will give you homework, but it'll make the tour come much more alive. It won't just be, I don't know, we saw an old thing.
And we got a vial of liquid, right?
Yeah, I don't know. We got this jar, really fancy jar. It's got some water in it.
Yeah. Yeah. Excellent. Well, again, if anybody is interested in taking this trip to Rome and the various places in Italy that Father and his tour group will be going, please give him a call at St. Nicholas of Myra Parish and they can get you all the information. Father, before you leave, will you leave us with your priestly blessing, please?
Certainly. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Through the intercession of St. Nicholas of Myra and St. Francis of Assisi, may God bless everyone who is listening to this broadcast. Through it all, may they know the mercy and love of God. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Amen. Thank you so much for spending the time with us. It was good to talk with you.
Good to talk with you too. Usually we're just going over, so what are we doing this night at CCD?
That's right. That's right. So this was good to have this conversation with you. Excellent. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have just a little bit under $24,000 left in our matching funds as we kick off this first day of the Divine Mercy Radio Care-a-thon. This spring's Care-a-thon theme is Behold, I Make All Things New. And there have been elements of that rebirth, elements. Yeah, sure. Thank you. Elements of those, that rejuvenation throughout all of the conversations that we've had today. As you know, our Care-a-thon goal is $125,000, and we ask that you prayerfully consider helping us with this goal. I know it sounds like a lot of money, but really it does take a significant amount of money for us to remain on the air in all of our various stations. And so we ask that as you make your way through your day, wherever you might be listening to us, if you can consider giving us a donation of any size and any amount, we would be so very grateful. We will be having a drawing at the end of the day. We had several people already who took advantage of our trivia information or trivia questions. And I don't know that we got an answer to our noon trivia. So we will move ahead with our 1 o'clock trivia hour. But before we do that, I want to give the top of the hour station identification. You are listening to Divine Mercy Radio at 101.7 KJDM Lindsborg, Salina. You're also listening to us at 105.7 KMDG Hayes, 88.1 KRTT Great Bend, 88.1 KVDM Hayes, 89.1 KGOH Colby, and 107.3 K297AI in Hill City. So again, we are sitting here on the radio with just a little less than $24,000 left of our matching funds. So if you would be so kind as to give us a call, let us know what kind of a donation that you can make. You essentially double your dollars. So you're going to have your dollar for dollar match based $24,000 that we have remaining, but you can give us a call at 785-621-4110. Again, it's 785-621-4110, or you can donate online at dvmercy.com. While you're online, go ahead and take a look at the little thermometer that we have going. As we raise our funds, that thermometer will be updated. Michael's taking care of all of that, just to give everyone an idea of where we stand in terms of how much we've raised so far. I know that they will be giving an update for the closer to the end of our time together here this afternoon around 4 o'clock. So they will give you an update, but please prayerfully consider what you might be able to do to help support this station. All right. So for the 1 o'clock hour, as we are at the top of the hour, I want to go ahead and give our trivia question. For the 1 p.m. hour, the question is, who was the disciple whom Jesus loved? Was it A, James the Unloved, B, Andrew, C, James the Loved, or D, John? Again, who was the disciple whom Jesus loved? Was it A, James the Unloved, B, Andrew, C, James the Loved, or D, John? So give us a call at 785-621-4110 if you know the answer to that question. You can also call that same number to give us your donation. And then if you have a question for Dr. Abe Fisher, who is up next in the interview chair, if you have a question for him or any of our online or on-air guests over the course of the next couple of days, please also text your question to 785-621-4110, and the volunteers will get those questions to us, and we will make sure that we get those on the air and get them answered for you. So to kick off our 1 o'clock hour, we have Dr. Abe Fisher, and he's going to be talking to us about the baptism as becoming a new creation, which fits beautifully in with our theme, Behold, I Make All Things New. Dr. Abe Fisher holds a PhD in systematic theology from Marquette University, with special interests in ecclesiology, sacramental theology, and fundamental theology. He and his wife, Jan, are both Kansas natives with deep ties to family farms. They have recently moved back to Kansas from Wisconsin, where Abe taught at Marquette University, Sacred Heart Seminary, and in the permanent diaconate program for the Milwaukee Archdiocese. Abe and Jan currently manage their family farm in McDonald, Kansas, where they live with their 3 adult sons. So welcome in. How are you?
I'm good, Allison.
Good.
Haven't had a chance to have this conversation with you for quite a while.
Yes, absolutely. Well,
Good
it's
to see
lovely.
your smiling face on the other side of the desk.
Thanks. It's good to have you in here, and thanks for making the drive into Hayes.
Sure.
Well, we have, actually, before we get started, we had a winner of our trivia question, Teresa Flax. Teresa knew that the disciple whom Jesus loved was John. So, Mrs. Flax, thank you so much for calling in and listening to the program today. And we're so glad that you were able to answer that. We will get your name in the hopper. So at the end of the day, when they draw for the gift certificate to Messenger Traditional Catholic Books and Art, they will take care of putting your name in that hopper. And we hope to have a great winner who will be able to utilize that gift certificate. So congratulations, Teresa. But I am just going to let you kind of run with it. This topic of baptism is one that many of us are familiar with, but I'm sure you're going to give us some amazing insights that we haven't thought of.
You know, it's very familiar, and and unfamiliar at the same time.
Yes.
It's almost too familiar.
Yeah.
People maybe don't really dig into it as much as we could.
Yeah, we
So
take it
that's
for
what we're going to do
granted.
today.
Yes.
A little bit. I was thinking about the trivia. This one wasn't so bad, but I was listening to it on the way driving into Hayes today, and I'm like, wow, they really bumped up their trivia. You said you didn't get an answer to the last time. Was that the black and white one?
That was here. Let's see. We had that here a little bit ago.
I'm like, oh, I
Yeah,
think I know
who
that
wore
one.
the black and white? Actually, here, I think this is, I have it on the computer. Yeah, who wore the black and white first? Either St. Francis of Assisi, St. Dominic, St. Martin de Porres, or St. Monica. You know the answer probably.
I
Oh,
don't.
it's St. Dominic.
St. Dominic. I was going to guess
Yeah.
either St. Dominic or St. Monica, but I don't
Yeah,
know.
yeah. So that was an earlier trivia question.
Yeah. So-
And yeah, but these questions, they're interesting. So
They're
we're so
backing
grateful
them up.
that people like Teresa and all of our other people who have called in with the correct answer, that they're listening. But yeah, so
absolutely.
let's jump in
Okay,
and
so
talk about this.
baptism. Well, I can't take credit for this title. This was one suggested by Nathan. He does a great job, but I always really enjoy the themes. I think they do a great job with that. And we were talking a little bit about both of us were touched by this scene in Mel Gibson's Passion of the Christ, where Jesus is walking along carrying his cross on the way to Calvary, and he meets his mother. And this is, Hollywood kind of juxtaposing a couple of scripture passages, squishing them together,
Right.
but it's just very poignant. He looks at his mother and he says, in the midst of this horrible suffering, and he's about to die, and he says, "See, I make all things new." That this is what the whole thing is about, that he's making all things new. I think it's a great theme here for springtime, right after Easter, as we're thinking about that, because that really is what the whole Paschal mystery is about, making all of creation new. And we don't maybe think about that so much, what happened in the fall, that God originally created the heavens and the earth perfect, and humanity in this perfect state of natural happiness, unsullied by sin and by evil. And with the fall, all of that was made broken.
Yeah.
All of that was made less than what God desired it to
Right.
be. But the amazing thing about God, when he sets about to fix something that we have broken, something that we have done, to correct something we've done, he doesn't just restore it back to the way it was before. He elevates it infinitely greater, right? So we went from a state of perfect natural happiness in the Garden of Eden to this state of extreme natural unhappiness after the fall, to now we have this capacity for supernatural happiness with God, this infinitely greater, infinitely better off than we were before, because God came in to fix it. So that's what we're kind of going to be looking at with
Great.
baptism. Baptism is just a much more profound sacrament, profound grace than a lot of people, just consciously think about, because
Right.
like we were saying, it's very familiar to most of us. So I don't know, I thought maybe it would be good to just a little refresher, just start off with what is a sacrament, or
Yes.
the whole sacramental reality. There again, for Catholics, we're very familiar with, we talk about sacraments all the time. We have a sacramental worldview, a sacramental language about a lot of things, without maybe a lot of reflection all the time, just kind of depending where we're at. And sometimes it's hard when we're dealing with divine mysteries and theological precision. It's hard to use language that isn't dense or unusual. But over the years, philosophers and theologians, they have wrestled with this, and they have come up with language that's it's never adequate to the divine mercy, but it's not wrong.
Right.
It's not in error.
Yeah.
And so sometimes we have to use these kind of technical terms, but there's a lot of beautiful definitions of sacrament throughout the ages. Going back to St. Augustine, the Baltimore Catechism is a very familiar one. outward sign instituted by Christ to give grace.
Mhm.
You're probably not old enough to have memorized that.
Actually, I
Baltimore
remember it.
Catechism.
Yeah, we used that
But,
when I was going
it's
to.
it's still
Yeah.
nice to trot that out. But as we usually do with OCIA, the catechism just nails it every single
Yeah.
time. The catechism is
Yeah.
just for a reference work, it's so beautifully written and it just gets to the heart of things. And so I love going back to that. And I'm going to throw these paragraph numbers out there just in case any listener wants to kind of, look at this later on. This comes from number 1131 in the catechism, defines a sacrament. And here's one of those technical terms, an efficacious sign of grace. Well, efficacious isn't a word that's in our vocabulary normally
Right.
too often. It's a sign. It's a physical element that takes on this symbolic or sign quality, but it's an efficacious sign. It does something. It effects. In other places, the tradition has said it effects what it symbolizes. It brings it about. It actually accomplishes something. Catechism says it's an efficacious sign of grace instituted by Christ and entrusted to the church. Sacraments always come through the church. That's important to remember. Mm-hmm. Entrusted to the church, by which divine life is dispensed to us. And it's like, wow, that, to think about that, divine life is dispensed to us is pretty powerful, pretty deep. And it calls to mind that little moment in the Mass. Sometimes music is playing and we don't always hear this at daily Mass. It's a little more common that we'll hear the priest when he is preparing the wine for consecration before it's consecrated, and he adds water to it, and he says, by the mystery of this water and wine, may we come to share in the divinity of Christ, who humbled himself to share in our humanity. May we come to share in the divinity, in the godness of Christ. That's pretty major. That's pretty spectacular that we don't become separate gods like sometimes some non-Christian religions have proposed. We become one with the one God. We share in the divinity and the life of God. And so a sacrament is no trivial thing. It's pretty profound.
Yeah.
You look like you have something.
I'm just in awe because I think you're absolutely right. And we don't enter into this the profoundness. I'm not even sure if that's a word, but we don't enter into that because it's become so commonplace that we take it for granted, and so we don't often think, and not to mention the fact that, again, like you said, we don't hear that language that the priest says when he marries the water and the wine together. And so, if we were able to hear those more often, I think that might make a bigger impact on people to say, oh my gosh, I need to pay attention to this.
Yeah, it's pretty profound going on.
Yeah.
So all of the sacraments are these efficacious signs. They actually accomplish something. Sometimes in philosophical language, you'll hear this spoken of as it effects or creates an ontological change, a change in us at the level of being, at the level of existence. We become a fundamentally different being than we were before. And that too can sometimes just wash over us, whether it's baptism, reconciliation, confirmation, the Eucharist. Occasionally we'll have these like really profound moments. Most of the time, we don't necessarily feel different.
Right.
It kind of depends how much we're in the moment, how much we're open to it, but it's not about an emotion. And it's something that we need to understand in faith, that we are a fundamentally different being afterwards than we were before. And so that's what's going on in baptism. That's we become this new creation. Jesus tells us in the Gospels that he's creating a new heavens and a new earth, making everything new, but also elevating it, making it supernatural.
That's amazing. Well, before we get into too much more information, I do want to share a few donations that have come in the last few minutes. So, again, we had Teresa Flax, who was the winner of our trivia question, but Jean and Teresa Flax also donated $700. So that doubles to $1,400. Jean and Teresa, thank you so much for your generous donation to the station. We greatly appreciate it. We also want to thank Karen Beaker, who pledged $250. So, Mrs. Beaker, thank you so much to you as well. That doubles to $500. So, we're very, very grateful that you're taking some of those matching funds and putting those to good use. I also want to remind everyone that if you were, not able to listen to our broadcast this morning, the first 4 hours, the first 4 interviews we did this morning are up on our YouTube channel, and people can find a link either on our Facebook page or on our dvmercy.com website. So go to one of those places and you will be able to find the interviews that were taking place or had taken place earlier today. But right now we are in the middle of a conversation with Dr. Abe Fisher about baptism and how that brings about a new creation. So why is baptism important? Why is it necessary? Again, a lot of us receive this as an infant, and so we may not understand the fullness of what happened to us.
Yeah. Unfortunately, a lot of parents who bring their children to the church for baptism aren't really sure
Right.
Of the full importance of it. And so, what we've just talked about a minute ago kind of makes us think, wow, it's great. It's really powerful, but it's more than that. It is also necessary.
Yeah.
And necessary and important to the church. The church, in the catechism, it relies on a number of scriptures. Of course, the scriptures are all through the catechism, but a couple of them in particular. John 3:5, Jesus tells us, very, very truly, I tell you, no one can enter the kingdom of God without being born of water and spirit.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, the church also looks at the Great Commission at the end of Matthew's Gospel. It should be significant that this is the very last thing he told his disciples before he ascended into heaven. A person's last words are usually, make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit. So, that's something that we take very seriously, the necessity of baptism. There is, and the church emphasizes this very strongly, that it is necessary for salvation. But the church, in its maternal care for souls, it holds us to a standard that is going to give us the most spiritual help, the most blessing, that will get us the furthest along the spiritual path that we can be. But it also, in its solicitation for souls, has provisions for situations where that can't happen, where the best possible situation can't happen.
Right.
And so, this is pretty clearly in the spirit of Vatican II. The Catechism goes on to say, and I'm going to be referencing this paragraph 1257 quite a bit. That's kind of a power-packed paragraph there in the Catechism. It says, baptism is necessary for salvation for those to whom the gospel has been proclaimed and who have had the possibility of asking for this sacrament. So the church recognizes that there are some instances where you don't have that possibility.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you're in an area where there isn't a presence of the Christian church of any stripe, right, that you can go to for baptism. Or maybe your cultural or social or family situation is such that it's just logistically not possible to go and ask for that sacrament.
Mm-hmm.
So there are situations we'll talk about later that can kind of take care of that. But so if that's the case, a lot of times people will say, well, okay, it's not strictly necessary in every conceivable sense, so why do we make such a big deal of it? Well, again, in that paragraph 1257, it's beautiful. I love the way the church explains this. It says, the church does not know of any means other than baptism that assures entry into eternal beatitude. This is the tool, this is the instrument that has been given to the church by Christ
Mhm.
that guarantees you are at least capable of entering into beatitude. You
Mhm.
can still turn away through sin and deny this, but with baptism, you are the gates of heaven are opened, and you're at least capable of attaining that. And that Christ has promised that through this sacrament given to the church that will be the case. And that's the one and only tool that the church has that she knows of that assures entry into beatitude. That's why she takes care not to neglect that mission from anyone. But here's kind of what we'll say, the upshot. God has bound salvation to the sacrament of baptism. So he has connected them. If you baptize someone, I will give them these graces, and I will, open the gates of heaven to them. God has bound salvation to that sacrament, but he himself is not bound by his sacraments. God can save however God chooses to,
Right.
however God. Oh, yes, absolutely. So, the Catechism goes on to say, if you are ignorant of the gospel and of the church through no fault of your own, not because you're just too lazy to go check it out, or
Yeah.
it's like, well, I don't really want to know the gospel because then I'm going to have to obey it,
Right.
But if through no fault of your own, you're ignorant of the gospel and of the church, but seek the truth and try to do the will of God in accordance with whatever the person's understanding of that is, it may be supposed that such persons would have desired baptism explicitly if they had known its necessity.
Mhm.
And that falls under the general umbrella of a baptism of desire that I'll talk about a little bit later.
Yeah.
But there are exceptions that cover every human person on the
Mhm.
face of the earth. But you don't want to exercise an exception if you don't have to.
Right.
If it's at all possible,
Yeah.
enter through the narrow gate, right?
Yeah.
Right. So, but I mean, it's the gateway to the whole spiritual life. It's the gateway to all the rest of the sacramental life. You can't receive any other sacrament. You can't receive reconciliation, communion, confirmation, holy orders, matrimony, anointing, any of the other sacraments without being baptized.
Yeah.
That's the entry to the whole sacramental life and to the whole life of faith. So yes, very important, very necessary.
Let me ask you this, and you may actually be talking about this later, but you have a number of people who will say, we're not going to baptize our child, our infant, for example. We're going to let them make their own decision when they become of an age that they can decide for themselves what they want to believe. What would you say to people of that mindset?
Well, I just think that you are denying that child the graces of salvation, the graces of baptism for however long that is.
Yeah.
And we don't know how long our life is going to be.
Right.
We don't know what things might come about, what God has planned.
Mm-hmm.
Baptism conveys all kinds of graces, which we're going to go through here in a little bit. It's more than just that one moment. It's graces that help you along and support you and nurture you throughout the spiritual life.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you're just denying that child those graces unnecessarily.
Yeah. And putting them at risk in a manner of
But let
speaking.
me say, in accordance with that, people from whom you would hear a comment like that often maybe are not real involved, or maybe you're not Catholic. Baptism is the beginning of new life in Christ, and that life, just like our physical life, has to be fed,
Mm-hmm.
has to be nurtured. So to baptize an infant and bring them home, and the next time they see the church is at first reconciliation,
Yep.
is sort of like giving birth to a child and letting them die of neglect,
Right.
not feeding them, not paying any attention to them, not nurturing that life, which is why the church sometimes will tell parents who bring their babies for baptism that, well, we need to hold off for a while. We won't say no ever, but we need to hold off for a while. We need to have some preparation and some education here about the sacrament, because we want to make sure that this new life in Christ is going to be fed, is going to be nurtured, as we go along. And when Janet and I were doing baptism prep up in Milwaukee, it was surprising to both of us. I mean, this was certainly not always the case, but fairly often people would come piously, bringing their child to be baptized, and we'd ask them, just as it getting to know each other, why are you wanting to have your baby baptized? Sometimes we'd get answers like, well, it's kind of tradition in our family. And, that's good. That's true. But it just really lacks an understanding, lacks that profundity. You're bringing your baby to be baptized because you want them to be a child of God. Right. You want them to have eternal life, or have the opportunity for eternal life. You want them to be cleansed of original sin, and all of these things. So there has to be a little bit of that understanding.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you had mentioned, the different forms of baptism, and I don't know, maybe I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but, can you talk to us a little bit about those forms and how they affect people differently in different scenarios?
Yeah. No, it's fine. It doesn't really matter the order. So because baptism is so essential for salvation, the church wants to make sure that everyone has this opportunity for baptism and understands that God wills all people to be saved. God wills all people to experience this profound grace. And so the church doesn't create these forms. They recognize the existence of these forms of baptism. And so there are three. The first one is the one that we're familiar with, water baptism, the application of water. Triple application. Doesn't matter if it's pouring or immersion or sprinkling, but a triple application, and the words, I baptize you in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit, is the normal water baptism. The second one is a baptism by blood, which martyrs endure. So if you're not baptized, but you give your life specifically for Christ, for the faith, the baptism of blood. And in fact, not only is that a baptism, but it also is kind of an automatic canonization. If you are martyred, if it is investigated and determined that you gave your life for Christ, for the church, for the faith, that usually is a shortcut to canonization. The third one is the one that maybe is most misunderstood. It's a baptism of desire. So there has to be some specific elements of that. It's most usually talked about in terms of a catechumen or candidate who is studying and desires entry into the faith, into the church. And during that period of education and discernment, if they were killed, or if they died in that period and were not ever able to experience the water baptism, the church recognizes, well, that's what they were working for. That's what they had signed on for and desired that baptism. And there is an implicit baptism of desire there as part of that. The other element of that is what we talked about a minute ago. If you're in a situation where you really don't have the ability to learn about baptism, or like I said, you have the church, this has been given to the church, and you go to the church and request baptism from the church. If you don't have that opportunity, but you desire that union with God, you desire to be part of the faith and try to do good in whatever way you're able to discern it, it's supposed that person would have desired baptism if they had had the opportunity or knew of its necessity. And that also is baptism of desire.
Okay.
And likewise, we understand the mercy of God is infinite. And like I said, God can save however God chooses.
Right.
God is not bound by the sacraments. So in the case of an infant or a young child who dies without being able to come
Right.
to baptism, well, there is that baptism of desire, or at least the potential for that, the possibility for that, is that
Because the
is that
parents desired it.
person, well, and even whether they do or not, even as that person comes before Christ on their transition from this life to the next,
Yeah.
that there will be that moment of that choice, that they
Mm-hmm.
will have an opportunity to choose life with Christ or not.
Yeah. And like I said, I think that's very hopeful, you know,
Yes.
especially for parents who have lost a child, or, you know, and I don't know if the same could be said of something with like a miscarriage or some, you know, something of that nature.
Mhm.
Is there any, I mean, it's
Same
thing.
situation.
Yeah. So I think
No, I
that,
mean, a miscarriage, that is already a human person,
yeah,
no matter the age,
right.
and they have not had the opportunity for water baptism,
Mhm.
but that doesn't mean they haven't had the opportunity to desire
Right.
baptism if they were presented with it.
Yeah. But again, that hope, you know, that you have,
Absolutely.
it just, and I think the church provides so much of that hope in so many different areas.
Yeah.
You know, which is such a blessing to all of us. I have a couple of things that I need to announce. Well, first of all, Judy Fisher is listening to her
Really?
son. And she donated $1,000. So Judy, thank you so much for that generous donation. It's a joy to sit here and talk to your son. So
She
yeah.
probably called in to correct me on something.
Well, I didn't have that in my notes, but yeah, if you do have something to correct him with, please let us know. And where is she calling from?
McDonald America.
McDonald America. Great. Well, Judy, thank you for listening from McDonald. We appreciate it. And again, we definitely appreciate your donation. I do want to, because we are at the bottom of the hour, I want to share another trivia question that we have. So the trivia question for this 1:30 half hour is, how many sons did Abraham have? Did he have 11, 2, 8, or 12? Again, how many sons did Abraham have? Was it 11, 2, 8, or 12? And I hear the phone ringing, so I'm assuming that means somebody knows the answer to that. But if that isn't the case and you know the answer, you can give us a call at 785-621-4110. We would also love it to hear you call in at that number. Again, it's 785-621-4110, and make a pledge. Give us a little bit of oomph, a little boost toward that $125,000 goal that we have set for the next 4 days. If you want to, or if you would prefer to donate anonymously or online, you can do that at dvmercy.com. Again, it's dvmercy.com. And you can also follow along with our progress and let us know that, you know, you are just, you know, keeping track of where we are in terms of our progress toward that $125,000 goal. I might have you move the microphone just a little bit closer. Yeah, there you go. The guys were saying it's a little hard to hear you.
Okay.
So perfect. All right. Well, again, we are talking with Dr. Abe Fisher. Abe is sharing with us a little bit of information about the sacrament of baptism. Something that we've discussed is that it's often times, you know, we go through it, we're familiar with it, but we take it for granted. So in terms of those various, we've talked about the various forms of baptism, but who can baptize, and what situations can we baptize?
Let's hold off on that one for just a minute.
Okay.
And maybe it'll make a little more sense with what comes after that.
Sure.
Possibly. Let's look at just the effects. You know,
Yes.
what does baptism do? So we've talked
Yeah.
about it's necessary, you know, we've talked about it a little bit, but it's pretty extensive and pretty profound. And most of this is coming right out of the catechism. The catechism, of course, has a big section on baptism, but the effects are substantial. And it's kind of worth going through just to understand, wow, what all happens, you know,
Yeah.
when we are baptized. So there are two principal effects that probably not a big surprise to anyone. Number one is purification from sins. That's the
Right.
one we kind of think of probably most of the
Yeah.
time. The second one is more in concert with our theme for the Care-a-thon, a rebirth in the Holy Spirit, making ourselves into something entirely new, a new creation in God. Those are the principal effects that kind of overshadow all the rest of them. But so this first effect, the forgiveness of sins and washing and purification. So within that, first of all, it cleanses the soul of both the stain and the guilt of original sin.
Mhm.
Now, this is kind of interesting. Going back to St. Augustine, from which so much of our theology originates in a lot of ways. St. Augustine was looking around and noticing that the church had baptized even young children and infants from earliest days, baptized whole families.
Right.
That's datum number one. Datum number two is that baptism is for the forgiveness of sins. So what sin is being forgiven in these people who are not old enough or not able to commit actual sins? And kind of constructed the very early doctrine of original sin that goes way back to the beginning of the church. But so that's the first thing, is that baptism cleanses us from this stain and the effect, the guilt of original sin. So that's what we mean when we say that now the gates of heaven are open to us. Before that, they weren't. With this original sin, we're not able to enter into the kingdom of God. Baptism goes beyond that, though. It also forgives all of our actual personal sins that we commit. But wait, there's more. It removes all of our punishment, all of our temporal punishment, the consequences of sin, anything that would cause us to spend time in purgatory that we would have to be purified of. So after baptism, we are this perfect, stainless, holy soul. If we were to die immediately after baptism, we would take the fast path directly into heaven. This is coming from paragraph 1263 in the Catechism. A lot of this, if anyone wants to follow along. The church says, in those who have been reborn, nothing remains that would impede their entry into the kingdom of God. Means of anything that would impede it. Neither Adam's sin, nor personal sin, nor the consequences of sin. That speaks loudly to our culture, I think. We're all about avoiding the consequences of our bad behavior.
Yeah.
Right? Here you go.
Yeah.
No consequences of sin after baptism. So that's the big difference between what baptism accomplishes and what the sacrament of reconciliation accomplishes. Reconciliation forgives our sins, restores our relationship with God, and allows us, to attain heaven, but it doesn't wash away these temporal consequences of sin.
Right.
There are other things that the church says, indulgences that they offer for that, but baptism washes all that away. So there was a time in the church's history when people were intentionally delaying baptism until they were about ready to die, because they wanted to be baptized, because it washes away all of that, and then they didn't have time to build up any consequences of sin, right? And the church had to kind of squash that, because what happens if you die suddenly?
Right.
What happens if you don't have that opportunity for baptism, or that's taking a very big risk with your immortal soul.
Right.
But so
I always find it interesting when we work with OCIA, with that program. And, sometimes you have an individual who was not ever baptized. We had an individual at St. Joseph Parish here a couple of years ago who was, in her 60s, never baptized, found her way to the Catholic Church. And I was just, it even gives me chills thinking about it now. But I think, my goodness, with that Easter vigil, 60-something years wiped away, and she is clean as a whistle, in terms of her soul, which is so incredible.
Yeah. What a gift.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, I do have a question, and maybe this is jumping ahead a little bit, but one of the things, I know every so often we get the reading at Mass about Jesus's baptism in the Jordan, and people look at that and they're like, why would he need to be baptized? And I know that sometimes the priest does a great job of explaining what this difference is between the baptism that Jesus received and the baptism that we receive. Can you share a little bit about that, a little insight into what those differences are? I'm putting you on the spot a little.
I don't know. That is a very curious passage there. Jesus, of course, didn't need to be baptized,
right?
Because he was sinless.
Yeah.
He didn't have either original sin or actual sin, but he consecrated and established the sacrament by doing that.
Yeah.
And it also gave God an opportunity to declare this, for the Holy Spirit to come down and land on his shoulder, and God to say, this is my
Son.
beloved Son, in whom I'm well pleased. So it sort of, I guess, demonstrates to us the power of this sacrament, of what's going on. And I'm sure I'm not in any way doing justice to that pericope, but
Okay.
yeah,
I just thought,
it's difficult.
it's one of those ones that you kind of wrestle with a little bit. But as we continue to talk a little bit about this, I know you had some thoughts. Continue on with your thoughts, and then we may have some follow-up questions here in a minute.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm just going to put in a little plug here for both the station.
Thank
and
you.
my mom will enjoy this as well. When I say baptism puts us in this state of complete purity, ready to enter into heaven with no consequences. Reconciliation doesn't go quite that far.
Right.
It does forgive our sins, which is the most important thing, but it doesn't quite go that far. But the graces of Divine Mercy Sunday do. And that is the thing that needs to be proclaimed, that the promises that Jesus made to St. Faustina about asking for these graces of Divine Mercy Sunday. It's described sometimes as a second, third, fourth, 50th baptism, that you have this opportunity once a year to receive this great indulgence associated with that devotion that is like a second baptism. So I'll let people investigate that a little bit further on their own. But a little plug for our namesake here at Divine Mercy Radio. Okay, moving on then. The second great effect of baptism fits more with our theme, is this new birth in the Holy Spirit. You probably recall the conversation between Jesus and Nicodemus, where Nicodemus mother's womb and be born a second time. How does this happen? And Jesus tells him, unless you're born again of water and the Spirit, you can't enter the kingdom of God. So there is a rebirth which goes along naturally with the fact that we become a new creation. We are a different type of creature, a different type of being than we were before, this new birth. And along with this, some really important details. We become a son or daughter of God in a much more profound way. So in a basic way, we're sons or daughters of God when we're born, because we're created by God,
right?
But not in the spiritual realm in the same way. We become adopted sons and daughters of God in faith, in the Spirit, through baptism. And so what does that mean when you think about that? If you move from the realm of being just a creature or a servant of God into becoming a son or a daughter of God. At one point in the Gospels, Jesus says, I no longer call you servants, I call you brothers or sons. One of the really significant things there is that a son inherits from the father. A son is an heir. And so we have a share in the kingdom. We inherit the kingdom of God, the gift of the Father. This new birth in the Holy Spirit makes us a partaker of the divine nature. So that's what we were talking about earlier, that we actually share in the divinity, in the godness of God. It doesn't necessarily seem that way, maybe just on a, ordinary Tuesday. Oh yeah, here in this life.
Right.
But that's what we understand in faith. We are partakers of the divine nature and all of the gifts and opportunities, but also responsibilities that go along with that. We become temples of the Holy Spirit, who now dwells within us. like he did in the original temple that Solomon built. We receive this infusion of sanctifying grace. So St. Thomas Aquinas has his whole schema of different kinds of grace, sanctifying grace, the grace of justification, the grace of holiness that makes us worthy of the kingdom of God. This new birth brings with it the gift of the theological virtues of faith, hope, and love that are infused into us and given life to grow. We're given the power to live this Christian life according to the gifts of the Spirit and the potential to grow in holiness that we didn't have before. So when we say, yeah, we're a new creature, we're born again, yada, 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 it kind of washes over us, but it's worthwhile to just stop and think for a minute about what that means. And the Catechism lays it out, in detail so well. We're a new creature. We have new abilities, new powers, new capacities for holiness that we didn't have before. A new life. We've gone from a purely natural life.
Right.
I mean, we've always had a spark of the divine life in us. We're made in the image and likeness of God, but now we have this supernatural life as part of the life of God, part of the divinity of God. And that's kind of mind-blowing.
It is. And the more I sit here and listen, I think, my gosh, even just in preparation for your own child's baptism, we need to go in depth. We need to get this information, because how often, we get some of it, of course, but this is such a powerful witness of faith. This is such a powerful experience in our lifetime of faith, whether or not we're conscious, as a baby, I have no idea what's happening, but to have our parents decide that for us and say, I want you to be that new creation.
But, as a baby, you have no idea what's happening. Your parents, in their own faith, bring you to the church. But it doesn't matter that you have no idea what's happening.
Right.
It all still happens.
It still happens.
It still happens. And you have all of those graces. You have that increased capacity for holiness. You have that new supernatural life.
Yeah.
Which goes back to your earlier question, people who are saying, well, I want to wait until my child decides for themselves.
Right.
You're denying them all of these graces for whatever, 15 years or however long that might be. And it becomes harder for them to make that choice because the evil of the world impacts them, and without those supernatural graces, it just becomes harder for them to make the right choice.
Yes, 100%. That's exactly what we're looking at. Go ahead.
Okay, number 3, moving on. The incorporation. It just gets better and better. Number 3, we're incorporated. And there's actually a kind of a series of incorporations or becoming joined. The incorporation into Christ is the first one. So the baptized person becomes a member of Christ. Well, that's not trivial on its own. We become a member of Christ. We're incorporated. What that means, we're incorporated into his life, into his sonship, and therefore into his inheritance. So when we become sons and daughters of God, well, we become brothers and sisters of Christ. We become like on that same level. But we're also incorporated into the mission of Christ. So we die to self in the waters of baptism and we rise to new life with Christ. We're incorporated into his mission. And his mission is priest, prophet, and king.
Yeah.
Priest offers sacrifice, and we're called to offer sacrifice ourselves. A prophet proclaims the gospel, right? And we're called to do that as well.
Right.
And a king rules and orders, and we're called to do that as well. We're also incorporated into the cross of Christ. So we're called to endure our own cross, to endure our suffering, to pick up our cross and carry it. The benefits are spectacular and infinite, but there is a demand. I won't say a cost. It's free, but there is a requirement, an obligation to pick up our cross, to endure our suffering for the sake of the gospel, and to follow Christ. So that incorporates. Next one is follows from that, incorporation into the body of Christ, which is the church, incorporation into the church, the body of Christ, the community of faith. So through baptism, we become members of this body of Christ. This reminds me of the baptism of my youngest son, who we baptized him in the middle of a blizzard, and he had colic kind of when he was a little guy, and he was not having any of this. He was not enjoying his baptism too much. And he let us know loudly that he wasn't enjoying it through most of the ceremony. It was just small, just a priest and us and the godparents. But the priest, I think about this all the time. I'm so appreciative of this. We got done, and the priest looked at my wife and I said, "Now listen, I want you to understand. He's been baptized. He has just as much right to be here as anybody else." And from then on, and I was like, "Wow, what a great attitude, from a priest. He's a member of the body. He has a right to be there, just like everyone else." And so, I mean, that just kind of solidifies what is meant by that we're members of the body of Christ with all of its rights, privileges, and responsibilities that goes along with that. Also, because we're members of this body of Christ, John Paul II has this great image of Christ as the grapevine and all of us as branches. And because we're connected to this vine that is Christ, we're also connected to the other branches. We're connected to each other. So we become members of one another, which means when we excel in the spiritual life, the whole community benefits. When we sin or stray, the whole community suffers. There's a connectedness there. You just have to jump in here if you need.
No, that's okay. Well, actually, I will, because we haven't, I don't think, received an answer for our trivia question. So I will repeat that question from the 1:30 half hour. So our trivia question is: how many sons did Abraham have? Did he have 11, 2, 8, or 12? Again, how many sons did Abraham have? Did he have 11, 2, 8, or 12 sons? So if you know the answer to that, or even just want to take a wild guess, you can give us a call at 785-621-4110. So if you win that, or if you guess that correctly, we will put your name in the hopper for the drawing for a $50 gift certificate to Messenger at the end of the day. But give us a call and let us know how many sons you think Abraham had: 11, 2, 8, or 12. Again, the number is 621-4110. Give us a call. Or if you want to, make a pledge to help us toward that 100 marathon goal, we would appreciate that as well. And you can call that same number, 621-4110, or you can donate online at dvmercy.com. But we do want to spend these last few minutes. We've got about 5 minutes left. So I know there's so much to talk about.
It goes too fast.
It does.
So let me skip ahead just a little bit. I just the last two effects here creates this bond of unity among Christians. All Christian churches share a common baptism. And if you come into the Catholic Church from another Christian tradition, you don't get rebaptized.
Right.
It unites us, at least on a very basic level. And of course, it imparts this spiritual character, this indelible mark. Once you're baptized, you are marked, you're claimed for Christ forever. You can stray, but you're still claimed for Christ, and he will be constantly trying to bring you back into the fold. So that's important. Let's move on just a little bit in our last few minutes here. Because this is so important, and this is something, a place where I just really come to appreciate the church, as we sometimes refer to her as Holy Mother Church. And a lot of times Catholic Church, gets a bad rap for its rigidity and its expectations and its, can't do this and what it's against and whatever. When we're looking at baptism, especially in extreme circumstances, I think the church really shines as Holy Mother Church in its solicitude for souls, in its maternal, nurturing love for souls, pulling out all the stops to make sure to get us into heaven, if there's any way possible. And so one of those things is, who can baptize? So if you look at the sacraments, Holy Orders is just a bishop, a collection of bishops. Anointing of the sick, Eucharist, reconciliation, priest or bishop, confirmation, a priest or a bishop. A deacon can do a marriage or baptize. With baptism, it doesn't have to be a bishop or a deacon or a priest. I'm talking about extreme circumstances
Sure.
here. This is not the normal. Ordinarily, you'd want to come to the church and have a minister of the church do this.
Yeah.
But in extreme circumstances, if someone is in danger of death, doesn't have to be even a deacon,
Right.
doesn't have to be a Catholic, doesn't even have to be a Christian.
Mhm.
It can be anyone, so long as they intend to do what the church intends.
Mhm.
It can be if you're in battle and you're in danger of death, and the only thing that's around is your Jewish friend,
Mhm.
and your Jewish friend agrees to make you a Christian, to do what the church intends, applies a triple application of water. Can't be motor oil. It has to
Right.
be water, and it has to have the right form. I baptize you in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
Mhm.
It's a valid baptism.
Right.
And the church sets that up, if at all possible, to try to get us into heaven. And
Yeah.
I think that's one of the beautiful things about the church in those last moments, the moments of death.
Yeah.
That the church's love and solicitation, I think, really shines forth.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, with just a couple minutes left, is there anything else that you want to share with us about the sacrament of baptism? Things that, just parting words for us about this sacrament?
Well,
How do we condense that? How do we summarize?
How do we condense that? I guess I just would encourage anyone who is approaching baptism, whether for themselves as an adult or a young adult, or for a child, to take some time to read through the catechism
Yeah.
on section on this, or investigate it a little bit and just really understand the glories of this.
Mhm.
It'll make that moment much more profound, and you'll be more likely to live into it,
Yeah.
because while the sacrament does have these ontological effects, it still requires us to receive it.
Mhm.
And if we are not disposed to receive it, the graces will wait there until we are. But the more we can be open to it, more deeply and more profoundly we'll be recipients of that.
Yeah.
And I guess one other thing I needed to mention when we're talking about who can baptize. I went through all these extreme situations. Anyone can baptize
Mhm.
in danger of death.
Right.
But one thing you cannot do, you cannot baptize yourself. So in one way or another, even if it's someone who's a non-Christian, like in my last extreme example, they're still in that moment, because they're agreeing to do what the church intends to do, acting as a minister of the church.
Yeah.
They're agreeing to act as a minister of the church in that moment. You still, in one way or another, come to the church
Right.
to be baptized, because the church is who Jesus gave that sacrament to.
Yeah.
We can't baptize ourselves,
Right.
which I think is,
Interesting.
I'm an ecclesiologist. I love the church, so my mind naturally kind of tends towards that. But
Sure. Well, it
we'll leave with
shows you're
We'll leave
you're
with
a
that.
wealth of knowledge. So thank you so much for
Fun.
taking the time to share
Always a
this
good
with
time.
us. Yes, I love talking with you. And I did want to let you know that yes, Nancy Niermeyer is the trivia winner, and you were holding up I think your hands when we were asking the trivia
Yeah,
question.
how many sons? did
How
Abraham
many
have? I'm
sons-
only aware of 3, but
Well, he had 8. The answer was 8. When Sarah died, Abraham married Keturah. And that was in Genesis 25 verses 1 through 2 is where that is found. So anyway.
I was thinking of this Abraham. I'm only
Oh!
aware of 3.
We'll see your mom. She's still listening. She'll appreciate that. So,
Yeah.
hey, thank you so much. We
All right.
appreciate your time this
It's good to see you.
afternoon. You
Take
too.
care.
All right. We'll talk to you later. All right, everyone. We appreciate you listening this afternoon. We just finished a conversation with Dr. Abe Fisher talking about baptism as becoming a new creation. So, again, I would remind you that we are in the middle of the first day of our spring Care-a-thon. And our Care-a-thon theme this year or this spring is Behold, I Make All Things New. Our goal is $125,000, and we cannot do this without your help. So, I would encourage you to make a prayerful consideration of what you might be able to do to help us reach that goal. Some people can only afford, $5 or $10. And believe me, those little amounts add up. And we would be so grateful if that's what you have available to share with us. If you have more available, I know we have just a little under I think it's a little under $23,000 at this point left of our matching funds. If you remember, we started the day with $30,125, I believe, in matching funds. And so we have made a sizable dent in that. But we could still do more. So if you have the ability to help us out with this, we would love to have your donation as part of, us using up those matching funds. So I do want to thank Nancy Niermeyer again for listening to our trivia and making sure she called in with that correct answer. If you want to be among those who get a trivia answered correct, you can certainly give us a call here in just a few minutes when I read the trivia question for the top of the hour. But I do want to give us the station identifications as we do at the top of every hour. You're listening to Divine Mercy Radio at 101.7 KJDM Lindsborg, Salina, 105.7 KMDG Hayes, 88.1 KRTT in Great Bend, 88.1 KVDM in Hayes, 89.1 KGOH in Colby, and 107.3 K297AI in Hill City. So again, this is the Spring Care-a-thon for Divine Mercy Radio. Please help us make a larger dent in that total number of matching funds that we had available. I misspoke earlier. We had $30,150 to start the day. And so now we are just a little under $23,000 that we have to use up. So if you would like to double your donation without actually, doubling your donation, but, making your money go a little farther, this is the opportunity to do that because your donation will be matched dollar for dollar. Those of you who give $250 or more in a donation will be entered into a drawing for one of the following raffle prizes: a Bose portable smart speaker donated by Dave and Janet Schmidt of Dave's Auto Repair in Hayes. Janet and Dave also donated 2 custom handmade cutting boards that are absolutely stunning. And these are larger than your traditional cutting boards, and they're beautiful. So you can have the opportunity to win one of those. We also have a pair of ladies' yellow 14-karat stud earrings with a 0.88 carat total weight. And those were donated by Dustin and Lainey Rose, owners of Diamond R Jewelry in Hayes. We have a handmade ladder rosary donated by Dora Liker of Munger. We have a $150 gift certificate to Biggie Meats, donated by Stephen and Melissa Biggie of Hayes, and a $100 gift certificate to Hickok's Steakhouse in Hayes, donated by Oscar Runyon, Greg Whitehair, and Damon Hoare, owners. And again, we are very appreciative to those gentlemen for giving us a wonderful lunch. Those of us who were volunteering here over the course of the lunch hour, we had a spectacular lunch. So if you want a good dinner, you go out to Hickok's and they'll take care of you. All of our $500 donors will receive the option or the opportunity to win one of those prizes I just listed. Plus, they will receive a 60-second spot that they can use to celebrate any special occasion. Maybe that's a birthday or an anniversary or a baptism or graduation or anything you want to celebrate. You have the option to use that 60-second spot for that celebratory message. Anyone giving $1,000 or more will receive all of the above. Plus, they will receive 2 tickets to the annual banquet, which will be held Saturday, September 12th in Hayes. This year, our guest speaker is the host of Catholic Connections, Teresa Tomeo. So you don't want to miss that. But those of you who donate $1,000 or more will get 2 tickets to that annual banquet. Again, our goal is $125,000. If you want to make a donation, please give us a call at 785-621-4110, or you can donate online at dvmercy.com. You can also text us if you have questions for my next guest or any of our on-air guests this week. You can text us at 621-4110. We will grab that text and we will have the volunteers out in the lobby send that in to us here in the studio. We'll ask our guests those questions and get those answered for you. So just another way that you can take part in this Care-a-thon. And really it is, as Lester was saying earlier this morning, this is your station. So please, help us take care of this station. Let us work for you. We're excited to be able to broadcast over these airwaves and evangelize, bring Jesus' message to as many people as possible in our listening area. So with that being said, I will announce our 2:00 trivia question, our first one of the hour. Here goes. If the Bible is split up into chapters and verses, what is the Catechism of the Catholic Church split into? A, chapters and lines, B, sections and paragraphs, C, chapters and verses, or D, books and numbers. Again, if the Bible is split up into chapters and verses, what is the Catechism of the Catholic Church split into? A, chapters and lines, B, sections and paragraphs, C, chapters and verses, or D, books and numbers. If you know the answer to that question, give us a call at 785-621-4110. And I think I just heard the phone ring. So if that is, someone wanting to make a guess at that trivia question, we would love to hear it and be able to announce your name shortly. But right now, we want to move into our next interview. We have two ladies with us today. This afternoon in the 2:00 hour, we have Norma Pipkin and Amanda Rupp, who are here to talk about a legacy planted in the plains. Norma Pipkin is a second-generation Volga German descendant from Antonino. She is a member of Our Lady Help of Christians Church, and she is active in the local Sunflower chapter of the American Historical Society of Germans from Russia. She enjoys the local Volga German songs, home cooking, and polka dances. Above all, though, she is grateful to her parents and grandparents for the faith that they have passed on to her. Amanda Rupp is a native of Hayes, and she's married to Jonathan Rupp, who also has Volga German roots in Ellis County. They have two children, Ivan, who is almost 11, and Amelia, who is almost 9. So birthday's coming up real soon. Her Catholic faith became palpable when their daughter Amelia was born with a congenital heart defect, causing her to undergo multiple open heart surgeries, which led Amanda to be a stay-at-home mom. In 2021, she was asked to rejoin the team at the Ellis County Historical Society, where she had worked part-time years earlier. Since then, Amanda has restored the museum campus, reorganized the collection, and headed initiatives such as the Sesquicentennial Action Committee, and was recognized by the Chamber of Commerce with the 2024 Citizen of the Year Award. So thank you so much for being here. Welcome into the studio. I practiced that word because I was like, I'm gonna mess this one up. That's a hard one. So you guys are in here to talk about this. Well, tell us what the Sesquicentennial is first of all, and then we'll jump into what everything about Volga Germans.
Okay, well, the Sesquicentennial is.
Let me get those going. There we go. Now we're cooking.
You said it very beautifully. It's taken years for some of our committee members to practice that Sesquicentennial, but now I say it so often I can maybe do it in a tongue twister. But Sesquicentennial means the 150th anniversary, and so this year we are celebrating the 150th of the Volga German immigrants coming to Ellis County and settling Ellis and Rush County in our area.
Yeah.
And it's really significant. They celebrate that every so often. They've done the 25, 50 jubilees and the centennial year, of course. And so we've been planning for this for at least 2 years now.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, let's start by explaining who are the Volga Germans. Why do we call them Volga Germans? Because maybe there's a lot of people in the area that aren't familiar, who maybe are new to the area and don't know who those individuals are.
I recently had to answer this question for high school students who asked me for some interview questions that they were putting together an article. And so, I think about it in terms of what they don't know about Volga German. We hear about it a lot in Ellis County, but those people outside of your listening area or outside of there might not know. But really, people confuse. They understand that we were a set of German cultural people that came from around the German area or where Germany is today. But they also hear the word Russian, that we moved from Russia before we came to the United States. Right. So the term Volga German is to indicate the people that left Germany in the mid 1700s because of a life of serfdom and having to serve in the military, and they didn't have very lucrative or happy lives during that time. It was hard for everybody, but especially for peasants. And Catherine the Great invited them to the plains of Russia, where they had just expanded their kingdom, and she needed somebody to cultivate. So a lot of families that lived in that Germany area moved to Russia and settled the steppes of what is the longest river in Russia now, the Volga River. And so they stayed there, niche in their own communities for 100 years. And then in the 1880s, moved to the United States. And so that's why they hold on to that term Volga German, because when they moved to Russia, even though they spent 100 years there, they didn't intermarry with the Russian people. They didn't travel outside their villages very often. Their dialect, their traditions all stay the same. And so they very much valued being German and not Russian.
Okay.
So that's where the term comes from. And so people get it confused when they say, well, didn't you migrate from Russia? They're not Russian.
Right. Even your organization, the American Historical Societies of Germans from Russia, that cultural difference it's significant. Right?
Right, it is.
Yeah.
And it's also to be remembered that the Volga is just one area in Russia where the Germans went to. The Germans were invited into parts of the Ukraine, down by the Black Sea.
Mm-hmm.
They were also in Bessarabia, which is Romania. Well, what used to be part of Russia, but then now is Romania. And so there are a lot of areas in Russia where the Germans went, not just along the Volga, and I think that's another reason why we identify ourselves as Volga Germans, because that is the area we came from in Russia.
Yeah. Amazing. So you talked about the reasons they left, Germany. They went over to Russia. What brought them to Kansas? Did they have it good over in Russia, but then they decided, we're ready to see something new? Or what was the impetus for that?
Okay, so now they're in Russia 100 years, and they have founded 104 villages there along the Volga, and 70% of them are Lutheran and 30% are Catholic. And that's something that I didn't know. I always thought, being from Ellis County, everybody that was a Volga German was Catholic, but indeed only 30% of us were Catholic. We were a minority in Russia. So what happens in Russia, and why do we choose Kansas? Well, after 100 years in Russia, Catherine has died, the woman who invited us into Russia, and it's now her great-grandson, Alexander II. And the conditions have changed for the Germans in Russia. They now have to enter military service. There was a lot of envy that these Germans here had been there 100 years and they did not have to fight for the Tsar. And the Russians themselves were not very happy about that. And they, of course, they said that is discrimination against them. And so her great-grandson changed that to where they had to serve in the military. This was a hard blow for the Volga Germans to hear that. Because they were mainly Lutheran Catholic, and if they went into the military, they would be exposed to the Russian Orthodox Church, and they would, of course, lose their cultural identity, and they did not want to do that. So 1875, another thing they had to do was they had to learn to speak Russian. It was no longer they could stay in their villages and speak German. They had to integrate the Russian language, and they were opposed to that also. So 1875 to 76, they began the Great Trip to America. I do want to point out that it is the Mennonites first who leave Russia. The Mennonites had settled down along the Black Sea area, and we know the Mennonites over in Marion County, McPherson, the university that they founded over there, and they are the ones that left first. And so it went up the Volga that they had gone to America in 1874. They had found land. They were building villages in America. So that was one of the impetus for us to think about America.
Sure.
Now, why is it America and not Germany? A lot of people say, well, why didn't they just go back to Germany? Well, you have to remember these people needed land, and Germany was very settled at the time, and there was not much land available. And so they were not looking at going back to Germany at all. And also, probably they would have to also become live on estates where they would have landlords, and they had now been independent in Russia. Another thing that happened in America, this is the history of over here in Kansas and Nebraska, the railroad had come through, and the railroad had purchased from the U.S. government all this land that they needed to settle. And so they were looking for immigrants all over the world. They heard about these Germans in Russia who wanted to buy land. And so there were these German-speaking railroad agents that even went over to Russia to advertise to these people, hey, Kansas, Nebraska, come on over. We've got land for you.
Wow.
Yeah. And so that's how history all comes together.
Yeah.
Things are happening in countries that change the course of life for people, and this is what changed their lives.
Right. Well, let me stop you there for just a second. So they learn about this, and I've never heard this idea of like the railroad people going over and, basically soliciting people to come back over here and kind of selling them on this idea. And I know a lot of them, came over, and did they land in New York or where did they land here, and then how did they make their way across to Kansas?
It depends. There was New York, and there was also Boston, and the land agents, the railroad agents, pretty much met them at the ship when they came off, and they had the railroad passage already for them and got them on the. It was all very orchestrated. It's not like they're wandering around looking at signs and where do I go now and do this. They usually had a railroad agent that ushered them onto the train and brought them out to the Midwest. And as I was telling Amanda before I got here, really, we were supposed to go to Nebraska, but I think there was a railroad agent that beat the Nebraska agent and
beat him to the punch.
There you go.
and brought him out to Topeka, and then of course they were to go west from
Yeah.
there. Yeah,
I think we left out one really important detail was when they were first invited into Russia 100 years prior, on all these promises of this land and wonderful experiences. Well, they get there, and there was land, but a lot of the other promises weren't the exact as they had been told by agents who were coming to get them. Hey, by the way, the land doesn't look like what you were used to. There's nothing yet built for you here.
Right.
And so they were not ready, even though they wanted to get out of Russia 100 years later, they needed to expand. They were not ready to just say blindly, oh, wait, they tricked us once. We're not going to go again by ourselves. So they sent over 5, we call them scouts, and they have a lot of names from families that are still around here in Ellis County. And they sent them first to go look and say, hey, see if that's all what it's really about.
A smart move.
So that we don't get tricked again. And so they found when they went out looking for different land around here, this area is climate and land like that of the steppes of Volga. So.
Okay.
I also want to add, I have to put a plug in for my family. One of the scouts was my great-great-grandfather, Anton Wassinger Sr. He was one of the scouts. So I come from royalty.
Oh, not many people can say that have sat here before today. So nice. That's wonderful.
If they look into if they're from Ellis County and they look into their genealogy, I bet you a lot of them are from those 5 scouts of
Yes,
royalty.
they are.
Yeah, I
Yes,
mean,
they
my
are.
family, I've got Volga German on my
Yes.
mom's side, and so we'll talk a little bit about. I mean, I'm sure that they kept records. I'm sure that they had journals and ways of kind of look like from that Volga region after the scouts went back and said, "Hey, we're in good shape." What did that journey look like?
Okay, you have to remember that these people had lived in these villages and had only traveled maybe with their wagon from village to village. They had never really been out of that area. And so this was a big deal. And it was with a lot of fear that they would have to go to Saratov, which was in the area where they lived. And that's where by the way, the train was also in Russia. So they would catch the train there, which would take them up to the port city of Bremen, where they would board the ship. So it was movement on the train. They'd never had this movement before. They boarded the ship. Usually when they arrived in Bremen, they were housed in buildings that had been built for immigrants who were leaving for America, because a lot of immigrants were leaving Europe at the time. And so they were prepared. But this time they had to pack their own food. See, when they went to Russia, they had agents that helped them all the way along. Catherine the Great had provided the agents with money, who every day bought food for them and housed them. I mean, it wasn't anything extravagant.
Sure.
It was a real basic existence. But she paid for their trip into Russia. But now they were going to pay for their trip to America. This was a different experience. And then on the ship, they were probably served broth, bread, but not many of them were hungry because, as I mentioned, all this movement of the train, the ship, they were really severely they had motion sickness, these people. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so how long a journey was this?
I would say it probably took 1 to 2 months to get from the Volga over here with the travel, depending upon the ship, the weather, 1 to 2 weeks. But another thing that I want to point out, that they were such people of faith. And when they left their villages in Russia, they would always sing a song, a farewell song. And most of those songs were like Großer Gott, which is, of course, Holy God, we praise thy name. They would sing. And of course, on the ship, they would sing and pray. Songs were very important to them, and religious songs. And they pray litany, rosaries, and then when they did arrive in America, they would also sing Großer Gott, Holy God, we praise the name. They were very thankful that they had arrived safely. And as Amanda pointed out earlier, we were talking about this, their trip to Kansas, I don't think as many died as those who left Germany and went into Russia. That was a much more severe trip than the one from Russia to the United States.
Yeah. Now, were these individuals, did they have means? Were they in poverty? What was their status?
Okay. They had been given that land in Russia. Catherine the Great had given them that land. And one of the stipulations was if they left Russia at any time, they could never sell that land she had given them. That belonged to Russia. The only thing they could sell were their farm implements, their household goods. They did not have, there were those who had bought land and had some means. Some of the Volga Germans did have means, but very few of them had means. Most of them were very poor.
And when they're leaving Russia, I'd like to point this out to kids today, because they might put into something in context of, oh yes, back in the 1900s, they weren't emailing their relatives or FaceTiming their relatives. No, this is back in the 1800s, and they're barely writing them. If they did, it was taking months. And so not all of them picked up and left. Some of them said goodbye to maybe their elderly relatives that couldn't make the trip.
Right.
And to turn around and say, I'm going to go someplace that I've never seen on faith, and maybe never get to talk to you again, is a very courageous thing to do that I don't know that I could do today.
Yeah. Well, and even though the world has shrunk so much and we have so many more technologies to keep us connected, that is a huge leap of faith right there. Well, before we continue on with our conversation, I do want to reiterate our trivia question for the 2:00 hour. If the Bible is split up into chapters and verses, what is the Catechism of the Catholic Church split into? A, chapters and lines, B, sections and paragraphs, C, chapters and verses, or D, books and numbers. If you know the answer to that question, you can give us a call at 785-621-4110. Again, the number is 785-621-4110. Okay, so we'll wait for a trivia winner, but let's get back into our conversation with Norma and Amanda. So what challenges, we all probably have heard, and I know in my generation and, probably your kids' generation too now, the pioneers and that kind of thing. What was that? What were those challenges that they faced when they got here? You have similar land, but culturally it's a whole different ballgame.
One of the first things that happened to them, even before they get to Kansas, when they get off that ship, the United States isn't letting anyone come in to this land. And some of them got quarantined at the dock and said, you have this disease that's present, or that we don't think that you'll be prosperous here. And so they were held back, and either their family had to move on, or that was the first challenge right off the boat. Besides, we're doing this out of faith, and we're leaving behind everything. When they get here, it's like, hold on, you might have a limp, or I know they've checked their eyes for what,
glaucoma.
Yeah.
Eye diseases were one of the things that's constantly mentioned that they would be quarantined for, and that was a blow to the family, because they couldn't leave until their family member was out of quarantine, and sometimes their family member was sent back, and they had the family member or the family had to go back. I don't know how many cases here in Ellis County were that, but that did happen.
Wow. And glaucoma, that's something that you just don't get rid of. That's something that has to be treated, in some manner. And so that it just took a while then for them to get, to even get out of that quarantine period, or to be given the green light to go ahead. Right.
Right.
So, again, what were some of those other earlier challenges? Once they got the green light and they started heading west, what did that look like for them?
Well, I would say over and over, the big challenge was to feed their families, to feed themselves, and to housing and food were the biggest challenges because they didn't have a lot of money.
Right.
And so when they got to Hays City and, with a lot of times the men would start picking up jobs for the railroad to bring money in so that they could buy food for the families. But eventually they go by wagon, out down to Leventhal, which is founded first in February of 1876. And then Catherine comes next, and the men with their wagon, the women and children stay in town wherever, and they go out and they start digging in the creek banks for shelter, building sod houses. They lived in dirt. It was dirt living probably the first 5 to 10 years that they were here in this area.
And what was Hays like? I'm going to ask you this because this is your expertise. But at that point in time, what was here?
So the fort was here. They had, established Hays City, and it was a growing city because it was a depot stop, on the railroad. And there was people that were here to profit on the town population of the fort, and to help the railroad provide meals for the workers that were building the railroad continuing west. So it was pretty prosperous at the time. But like I was mentioning to Norma, the Volga German people had a great place to land because there was already infrastructure here, but they settled these small little towns. But if the Volga Germans hadn't stopped in Ellis County and continued on to Waukene or someplace else, that would be the bigger city that thrived, not Hays City, because once the railroad had moved on and the fort shut down before the turn of the 19th century, before the turn of the 20th century, the town would have shrunk in size because there was not these smaller communities that would utilize Hays. So it was a bustling city at the time when they got here, but without them settling it, it wouldn't turn out the way it is today. So we owe a lot to them.
So thanks to our ancestors, we have where we are today. This is wonderful.
Let me also mention something about how they chose to settle here in Ellis County. They did come to Hays, and of course the question is, why didn't they just stay in Hays? Why did they choose to go outside the city and found these villages of Leventhal, Catherine, Herzog, which of course is Victoria, Pfeiffer, Munger, and Shenshin? And what they were trying to do was they were trying to replicate what they had done in Russia, and that is they wanted uninhabited land in which they built their own villages, they could speak their own language, they could worship as they chose, and they did not want contact with the outside culture. They didn't want it in Russia, and they didn't want it here in America. They thought that they could do the same thing. And so they tried that. Well, they did that. And that's why those villages are built. And they also, all the names of these villages are pretty much are the same that they came from in Russia. A lot of people don't know that, but there's a Shenshin Russia, there's a Leventhal Russia, there's a Pfeiffer Russia.
Oh, wow.
Yes, all these are just the same names, and they used them over here in Ellis County.
Now, did the individuals settling in these various villages dialect the same, or was it different? I mean, culturally, I know like from our family what was kind of the experience, but compared to each one of them, what did that look like?
Well, some of the dialects are very much alike, and there's been a lot of studies about our dialects. And so Munger and Shenshin pretty much share the same dialect. The dialect that probably is the most different is the one from Catherine, and that matches most today of Standard German. They call it High German, but it is geographically from the south of Germany. And Catherine speaks that the most. And so there were words that were different, but for the most part, they did not have problems in speaking with each other. It wasn't a great difference, no.
Okay, but just they wanted to preserve those cultural differences as much as possible. And I know that even I've got the book, the cookbook, and there are even differences in, the culinary elements of their villages and their traditions. And I'm sure other cultural elements as well. So what did that look like?
Well, I was just going to say, it's very evident to there's other Germans from Russia around the United States, that Ellis County is special in the fact that there are such a concentration of those villages. And so people in Pfeiffer married people in Pfeiffer, and people in Munger married people. For the first 50 years, there wasn't an integrated marriage between people from Pfeiffer and people from Munger yet.
Yes.
So, but there is later on, but there is a high concentration of Volga German descendants marrying other Volga German descendants within our county that didn't happen all over the rest of the United States. And so those traditions, maybe they're a little bit different in the village, but they are mainly the same, and they stay so well intact when we've continued them through the traditions, because the same cultural significant people have married within the same traditions. So.
Interesting. Very interesting. So because we're talking about, this in terms of one of the reasons they came here was to be able to exercise their faith as they wanted to and retain that Catholic faith. How does that impact, and how did that shape those early communities?
Well, I want to talk a little bit about some of the challenges they faced in their faith. And first of all, in going to Russia, and a lot of people have to understand this about these Germans. In 1763, when they go into Russia, there are no churches of Catholic or Lutheran. It's, as I said, it was Russian Orthodox. Mm-hmm. Catherine promised to build those churches, and she did. And a lot of people also don't realize that all those villages in Russia that thrived up until the Stalin era, the 30s and 40s, all had beautiful churches. And there are pictures on the internet of all these villages and those churches. And I would encourage people to go look at them. They had nice churches over there. So Catherine brings the priests in, and the church begins to thrive. But another thing that they did not always have a priest for Mass and the sacraments in Russia. And so when the priest did arrive, they would all get married on that day, or they would all be baptized. And so a lot of our records have genealogically where there's maybe 20 couples that are married that day. Wow. Or all the baptisms are that day, because when the priest arrived, then the sacraments arrived.
Busy guy.
Yeah,
very
right. Now, here in Ellis County, when they did come here, this faith story, it's kind of repeated in that when they got off the train in Hayes, there was not a Catholic church west of Salina. And once again, they had responded as their ancestors had done in Russia. Here we hear over and over that they erected a large wooden cross in the village. You have to remember, faith to them was communal. It wasn't just a personal faith. It was communal, that they gathered together for devotions on Sundays and holy days. They may not have had a priest at all. They recited rosaries, litanies, mass prayers. They sang the religious songs, as I said, their German religious songs. And I just want to bring up one that is most beloved among the people here, and that is their Goldene Rosenkranz. And that is the Golden Rose Crown. And it's a beautiful Marian hymn. And it's about the crowning of Mary and what her crown means. And then, of course, I talked about Großer Gott, which is Holy God, we praise thy name. And also their devotion to Mary is reflected in many of their Marian songs that they sang, because to them, Mary was their heavenly mother who listened, who protected. She understood their poverty and their suffering. It was very significant to them.
Sure. Mm-hmm. And so daily, they were gathering daily to celebrate those,
yes.
Even if it couldn't be a mass, still celebrate their faith and their ability to practice it freely here.
Very much so.
You can hear, you can read accounts from the early newspapers of Ellis County, and it is mentioned almost weekly of you can hear the Volga Germans, or sometimes they would call them the Russians, because they didn't understand.
Actually, Russians.
Yes. I didn't want to.
That's a negative. That's a derogatory term.
Okay.
Yes.
And because, see, their passports were stamped Russian. And so it was a big misunderstanding from the beginning that the Russians had arrived, but that's not what they were.
In the early newspapers, you can see these accounts. I call it the early Facebook, where it's the gossip column, where it's telling what's happening around town, and so-and-so is over to visit so-and-so. Sure. But it would mention at least weekly that those Volga Germans, you can hear them singing.
Oh my goodness.
If they're in town shopping and they're coming as a group, they're singing. Or they got off another group of them got off the train and they're singing at the depot. And so it is mentioned not only through our own stories, family-wise, like, oh yeah, we sing. Mm-hmm. It's seen. It's recognized by those people that are like, these are foreigners, and here they are singing some more. What are they singing about? Well, they're singing about their religion. That's what they
faith.
know.
Their faith.
And that's how they celebrate it. That's amazing.
Well, not only their faith, but they also sang their history. And Jerry Brown does a really good presentation on the songs of the Volga Germans and how you can trace their life experience through their songs. And it's pretty cool. The history also from Germany to Russia, and also how they celebrated life and how they celebrated weddings, how they celebrated death. It was through song.
Yeah. Well, we often think of an oral tradition for a lot of cultures before, printing presses and before we had the ability to communicate with written word. But that song, that's part of that. So that is absolutely beautiful. Well, I do want to recognize Marlene Bonilla, who is the trivia winner for the first half of the 2:00 hour. Since we are at the bottom of the hour, I want to give us another trivia question. So which of these people have recorded their radio shows live in Divine Mercy Radio's studio? A, Trent Horn of Catholic Answers. B, Jesse Romero of Jesus 911. C, Greg and Lisa Popchek of More to Life, or D, Cy Kellett of Catholic Answers. So again, which of these people have recorded their radio show live in Divine Mercy Radio's studio? A, Trent Horn of Catholic Answers. B, Jesse Romero of Jesus 911. C, Greg and Lisa Popchek of More to Life, or D, Cy Kellett of Catholic Answers. If you know the answer to that question, or if you would like to make a donation along with knowing the answer to that question, give us a call at 785-621-4110 and let us know, and we will enter your name into the drawing that happens at the end of the 3:00 hour rather. So please give us a call if you know the answer to that trivia question, and we will keep an eye on the messages that are coming into the studio. But please also consider what you might be able to do to support Divine Mercy Radio as we enter into the last part of our 2026, the first day of our 2026 Spring Care-a-thon, with our goal of $125,000. We have a lot of great guests today, two of whom I guess, I think my mom, the English teacher, would, she would have my hide if she heard how I speak probably improper English. But Norma Pipkin and Amanda Rupp are here with us, and they are talking about a legacy planted on the plains. So we were talking about the Volga Germans and how they made their way across, half of the United States to plant their roots here. How has that Catholic identity that was so important to them, how has that stayed the same, or how has it changed over the generations?
Well, I have been reading our anniversary editions, our first 50-year edition, and then our 100th year edition, and from the villages, and they always included in there the religious practices of the people. And I just want to go through a few of these because you're going to see through what I say how things have changed. And we're talking maybe here the first 50 years, at least 50 years, this is what they were doing. And I would say it probably went into the next 20, 30 years, a little bit of it. And of course, today it's different. But first of all, their church attendance was exemplary in all of these editions. And this is talking about Sunday. Not only did they attend one Mass on Sunday, but they attended two Masses on Sundays, many people. And for most Volga Germans, the Sunday service was a full day's activities. It didn't just start at Mass in the morning, but it continued into the afternoon. Now, you have to remember something about our villages and how the people went about living. In the early years, they had a dual house, meaning they had one in town and they had one on the farm. They had to live farther from the villages here than they did in Russia. So they would also build a house out in the country, but they'd have one house in town. And so they would, during the summer, they would come to town on Saturdays, the women and the men, and they would do the cleaning and cooking to be able to go to Mass on Sundays. And then in the winter, with this dual housing, the women and children would stay in town so the children could go to school, and then the men would stay on the farm to take care of the animals. But then the men would come on Sunday to church. So Sunday morning, what does it look like? The wives and the mothers, they rose at sunup to attend the early Mass at 6 or 7. There was the first Mass. And then they went home, woke the children up, prepared breakfast, and then returned for the 10 a.m. High Mass. It was called the High Mass because that's when it was sung in Latin. The parts of the Mass were sung in Latin. Now, then they would go home, lunch, but Sunday afternoons, started up again with Vespers, benediction, and the whole town came. It was a town affair to go to church on Sunday. And sometimes on Sunday afternoon, they did have religious instruction for the children Sunday afternoons in town. And if there was any social activity like a picnic, dinner, a ball game or concert, and they loved ball, and they also had their town bands, but these were always scheduled after the church Vespers Sunday afternoon. Everybody went to church.
And that was the priority.
Oh, that was priority number one, were the church services. And they were, and all these books, the priests were just bowled over by how everybody went to the services. The town showed up. So weekday evenings also, there were rosary services, adoration, benediction. Lent was also a big time for them. Friday afternoons was the Stations of the Cross. And you hear over and over that there used to be Saturday afternoon confessions. And in these villages, Saturday afternoon confessions were attended by the whole family because they were in town by then. They were getting ready for Sunday, and the Volga Germans took it very seriously to go to confession before they went to communion. That was one of their practices. The church calendar was whatever the church calendar celebrated, that's what they celebrated. So Holy Week was well attended. The people especially loved Corpus Christi. This is another thing they talk about in these books a lot. They had processions in the first 20 years of arriving in America. They had processions from Catherine Munger to Victoria. The people would walk from one village to the next. They would be singing, praying, litanies, a rosary, etc. And then I would say later on, because I remember my mother talking about this in the 40s and 50s, how they would have the Corpus Christi processions just in the village. That did die out after about 20 years or more, that they didn't go from village to village. But they loved walking together and praying and singing, those Volga Germans.
Something else that Norma was mentioning to me earlier that definitely has changed is, obviously, Mass was only weekend Mass, or your once a week Mass was offered on Sunday.
Yeah.
There wasn't a Saturday evening one. You went to confession on Saturday evening, and then you didn't go out.
Right.
There was no wedding planned for that Saturday evening.
Yeah.
You weren't going to go out and now have a fun time to then not prepare yourself for Sunday. It was your family came into town with the thought on their brain that Sunday is the most important day. So you are preparing yourself Saturday for Sunday. Now, weddings then could be held on Tuesday or Wednesday, mornings or afternoons, and then you can celebrate all week long.
Right.
But Saturday, you were preparing yourself for Sunday. Which absolutely doesn't happen today. Obviously, even if you go on Saturday evening for Mass, then you attend a wedding or you go out with your friends for dinner, and you might stay out all night. Who knows? Yeah. But that did not happen, which surprised me. I forgot about that fact until she brought that back up.
And by this point, they had built these amazing churches. I mean, that's one thing that, if anybody is unfamiliar with or very new to Ellis County, Kansas, you see the limestone churches, whether it's St. Joe's, whether it's the, churches in Shenchin or Catherine or Munder, wherever it is, that was like the first building that was built before many of them even built physical structure houses, other than the ones that were like the sod houses, like you said.
Well, they didn't have another thing that I think we tend to forget too is when they first arrived here in Ellis County, and as I said, west of Salina, there was no Catholic church, and there was, little by little, the priests showed up, but they didn't stay long until the Capuchins finally were asked to come out to this area. And that was in 1878 that the first two Capuchins arrived. And the Capuchins were well suited for this population because it was a life of deprivation for them too. Like they went to Victoria, that's where they lived, but with a wagon, they would have to go to these villages for Sunday Mass. And many times they had to sleep in their wagons overnight under hay. There are these stories in our books that talk about how the deprivations that these Capuchins suffered just to administer the sacraments to us out here. But I do want to give a shout out to the Capuchins here because they have served us here in Ellis County for 148 years.
Wow.
And today they are still in Victoria. They are still in Catherine, Victoria, Shenzhen, and Antonino, and they still provide Mass for us. So that is very, very remarkable that they have stuck with us for all these years.
What a legacy.
It is.
And we had Father Curtis Carlson in here earlier today. And, even he said, we're getting a couple of new guys, we've got some young Capuchins that are coming out. So they're going to continue that legacy, which is a wonderful thing. We've talked a little bit about the food, the language celebrations and things like that. How did the Volga German settlements, each very unique in their own right, in their own cultural customs and everything, but how did that affect other Western Kansas towns, like the development of those towns along the prairie?
So I think I touched on it a little bit, but like I said, Hayes would not have grown to the size that it is, or Ellis County wouldn't have thrived like they did because of without the Volga Germans settling here, because the people that were here to make money off of the railroad and being a stop there, or when the fort closed, the town would have maybe not become a ghost town, but would have shriveled a little bit and would not have didn't need to sustain a large population. But because they were here, they sustained a large population. I talk with internationally, yes, but I'm on a Zoom once a month and talk to other Germans from Russia communities around the United States, and they don't have those same multiple niche communities in the same area. They have one or two, and then 50 or 60 miles down the road, then they have one or two more, or they spread out even further. So that made a huge significance in Western Kansas and Ellis County thriving.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And also, we had this problem from the beginning. It was going into Russia. It was a land problem. Always wanted land. Russia to Kansas, chosen because land. Once we were here, once again, our populations increased. The Volga German families had a lot of children, and they were always looking for more land. And so where do they go? They go west. They go out to Park. And a lot of the Volga Germans are all the way out to the Colorado border. They're everywhere out there.
When they have enough sons and they need to give them some more land, they go over to St. Peter and found St. Peter. They go,
and so they take our faith. They take the church you just go along I-70 and you see these beautiful churches in Park, in what's the other one?
Was there one in St. Peter?
Yes. There's churches all along that Angelus. They build all of these churches all along. But then again, the population becomes diluted with other ethnic groups. Not that I'm not opposed to any of that. I just want to make sure that people realize it's not just a Volga German influence anymore as they go west. There's other ethnic groups with them doing the same thing.
Right. Well, I do want to pause for just a second. Ann Pfeiffer, congratulations. She was the winner for the 2:30 trivia question. She knew that we gave a list of people who have recorded their radio shows live at Divine Mercy Radio's studio, and she knew the answer was Cy Kellett of Catholic Answers. Cy Kellett was our speaker here a couple of years ago for our parish mission, and he came to host Catholic Answers Live while he was here. So we were very appreciative of him and the shout out that he gave Divine Mercy Radio. Before we move on with any other information, I do want to again encourage you to make a call to 621-4110-785-621-4110 and help us move a little bit closer toward our $125,000 Care-a-thon goal. We do have a little bit over under $23,000 left in matching funds. So we ask you to take full advantage of those. Make your money go a little bit farther. Each dollar that you spend with us as a donation will be matched dollar for dollar. And so please take advantage of those matching funds while we have them available. All right, so we are going to continue our conversation with Amanda Rupp and Norma Pipkin about this settlement of the Volga Germans in this area and kind of what it did to influence us. What about the Volga German settlements in terms of, or the culture? What makes the culture unique compared to other settlers that, came west on the trains or wherever?
Well, I will start. The first thing that you will notice visually when they step off the train is what they're wearing. A lot of times, and you don't find this in other ethnic groups as much as in the Volga Germans. The women are in dark, could be black or blue, long sleeve blouses, long skirts, and they usually have a dark apron on, and they always have a head shawl. And you will go, if you go into some of the local books, histories, you will find pictures of the Christian mothers, especially Munger, Kansas. They're all lined up, young and old, and it's incredible. They all look alike. And you have never seen women dress alike like our Volga German women did. And they didn't change that dress for a long time either. The first, because I've been looking at pictures trying to see when do they change this. And of course, the younger ones start by the turn of the century, 1900s. And then, of course, but the older women and those who came out of Russia never gave up the black dress, the black head shawl. And see, a lot of times they think just grandmas wore the black head shawl. No, it was the young women also wore the black head shawls. And they wore this. This is another thing that the Hays City Sentinel, when they're talking about the Volga Germans out there working in the fields. Here is this immigrant group. The women are out there along with the men. The women are in these long skirts, dark blouses, and they have head shawls on. They did not have bonnets on like they portray, the pioneer women. That is, so their dress was definitely culturally set apart from everybody else.
And that had to be miserable. I mean, by our standards, I'm thinking like July, August, harvest time must have been a lot of, discomfort, I should say. Anything else that really sets those cultures apart from other settlements in the area? Or again, too, that idea of, we kind of think of the Laura Ingalls Wilder, like Little House on the Prairie type stuff in terms of settlements. What else do you set these groups apart other than their language? Is there anything?
Well, their food was distinct to them also. And their food basically started in Russia. I would say all of these dishes, and you'll see cookbooks, really the basic ingredients for all our food is butter, cream, flour.
All the good stuff.
That is what we existed on.
Yeah.
And, other cultures too may have had that. Obviously, what you raised in the country, what you raised on your farm, that is what you ate.
Yeah.
There was not a whole lot of contact with the stores and with processed foods at that time.
Yeah, absolutely. Where did they get their supplies? Where did they get their implements, their animals? I mean, you can't bring those over with you probably, unless maybe they did.
Well, here in Hays, I know that it's Hays City. The railroad had come through, and the railroad was bringing in all these things too.
Right.
And Hays was already established, and there was some farming around here.
Sure.
And so, there were implements that were brought in on the train, and they would pick them up, and I'm sure there was a lot of horse trading in Hays by that time.
And I'm trying to pull out the things that were specifically Volga German, but when you think of Little House on the Prairie, or you're watching the romanticized Hollywood version of what's happening on the prairie, you're not seeing that in Western Kansas, all these trees, 10 trees that we have here, were not here. And so they weren't building their homes out of lumber for the most part. And the churches around here, they're building them out of limestone. I take the children into the Volga German house when I give tours, and they're not burning firewood either. They're burning cow patties, cow chips from the prairie. So these aren't necessarily just Volga German traditions, but you've got to put the prairie in context to where we are in the United States. So we're not next to a forest where we're cutting down lumber.
Right.
And so those were the things that I take them in there, and I'm like, okay, we're going to start dinner. How do we start? Oh, it's the fire. They think it's real. Yeah, obviously it's the fire. Okay, where's the wood in the plains of Kansas? There is none. So that's what you're finding. So some of those traditions, when you think about these people and all the challenges they faced, put it in context that we're on the plains of Kansas.
Yes. So what event really started this Volga German settlement, or what are we celebrating now with this 150th anniversary?
It's the founding of the villages that they founded, and that they kept on going, because I'd like to share this story that I'm on an international Zoom once a month with Dr. Schmaltz out of Oklahoma who hosts it. And it is, like I said, not everybody came. Some of those people stayed in Russia, or the family members stayed in Russia. And it did not turn out so well in Russia. I mean, you live under communist rule for the next 100 years while we're over here thriving. It didn't work out so great. And this Zoom I'm on once a month, this last fall I was on, and there was two college age students in their 20s. And their family had been part of the family that had stayed. And so after the Iron Curtain falls, they leave and they move back into Germany because they don't want to live in Russia anymore. And their families did. Now, these children, these college age students, were probably not alive in the 90s or just being born in the 90s when they moved back into the. But I iterate that why we celebrate is because they made that decision, that hard decision to come here. And these students that were listening to me, and I was telling them about the upcoming sesquicentennial and all the traditions that we're going to be doing and all the activities we're going to be doing. And one of them was living in Argentina or somewhere in South America at the time, and one of them was living in Germany at the time. They were both students, and they were not only surprised that we were celebrating them so openly, but they were excited that people around here, sometimes we hear about it. Oh, it's the Volga Germans again. Yeah, we've heard that story. We hear that story all the time. But that we celebrate it in a community setting instead of just my family talks about it. Because when they were brought back, or when they grew up in Germany now, they were lived in Russia for a long time. And they learned as children, we don't talk about it much. If somebody asks where I'm from, maybe, yeah, but we don't do genealogy. We don't talk about it. Those records are burned. We've tried to erase that people from existence. And so they had this feeling of not belonging. And so when I've been helping the committee members that come together to plan this, it reiterates for me that there are people around the world that share this tradition with us, but don't get to celebrate it like us. And so, as the surrounding villages get smaller in population, it is even more important to make a big to-do celebration about this, because it is a big deal that they came over here, because I'm glad mine didn't stay over in Russia. I had lots of wonderful experiences because of that. And to put it in perspective, those two students that I saw on that Zoom in the fall really put it, why do we celebrate it? It's because they did make a monument journey, and we could have been on the other flip of the coin.
So what do you have planned? I know we've had some masses, we've had some celebrations already starting, but what else do you have planned for the next few months?
So really it was we've celebrated this in the 25, the 50, the 100, and those were when the populations of those towns were very big. And so they could each host a very large celebration. I think in 76 they had a week-long celebration where each town would take up a festival day in that week. Today in 2026, you're not going to get a whole bunch of people to go to Munger on a Tuesday evening.
Right.
So we wanted to make sure that we are conscious of the entire year that we could celebrate, and so that we weren't using resources from one village to compete against each other. So the community came together and formed the Sesquicentennial Action Committee, and they've been working for 2 years to plan events throughout the year so that everybody has the opportunity to participate in all the little villages, because they don't have the resources to produce big ones nightly at those places. So yes, all the villages, or most of the villages, will have what they're calling an ancestor mass, or dedicated to those ancestors. Afterwards, they're having some kind of town celebration with whether it's a breakfast or a picnic or a polka dance in all those communities. So those are peppered throughout the year, mostly in the summertime. But we've also had historical presentations where we teach about the history. We've had a lot of things that are sharing the cultural aspect of that, with either presentations like Jerry singing. We've had numerous cooking demonstrations. And I don't know if they're
at the library. I've seen a few.
And those are very well attended. I'm sure it's because everybody's trying to cook, or maybe they want the free samples.
It's all of those great ingredients, right?
Yes. So those are the ways we're sharing the tradition, but we're also trying to make sure that we give this on to the next generation. So we are working our youth subcommittee of this organization, of this committee, is focusing on trying to make sure that we spill this over into the youth today. So we've gone out to the high school and taught the culinary classes how to make that Spitzbuben cookie in both semesters. So the fall semester and the spring semester. We, the German students from Hayes High, have interviewed some of the old timers, I guess, of the older generations of Volga Germans that have lots of memories from their growing up when these villages were thriving a little bit more. And so they've interviewed them, and they, as an assignment for the year, they've turned them into children's stories. Featuring some kind of village story or heritage story of their own, of the person that they've interviewed. And they're turning them into books, and with German versus English words in some of the
Yes.
places or in the illustrations,
Yeah.
and we're going to be selling those at the museum store and at the other festivals, and then culminating in we've had the American Historical Society from Germans from Russia convention held here in Hayes before, but we knew that this was a great year to celebrate it.
Yes.
And we already have Herzog Fest and other yearly celebrations, so why not invite them back during this year? And so we asked them to come back, and they are hosting their convention here that first week of August. So we decided to call it Coming Home Week.
That's awesome.
And so it will, it's 3 days?
Right. I was going to say, if you are interested in this convention and you want to see what the program is, and yes, you can attend, and yes, there is sometimes a day a day fee versus the whole thing. You don't have to attend, or maybe just one session, but go to the website ahsgr.org and click on wherever you see convention news, convention program, and you can begin to see all of the topics. And it's very good. It'll start with probably the first day about our Germany experience, and then it goes to the Russian experience, and then it goes to the American experience. And in the American experience, which is the last part of those days of the convention, there are going to be speakers locally about our history, and that should be fascinating for many people. But the whole history of our people is interesting. So please visit that website and please come out for that convention.
Yeah, so we're glad that we can host it during that same week. So when all those people are in town from all over the United States and even internationally, come to Hayes to celebrate like we celebrate.
Yeah.
They can stay in town the extra weekend because it butts right up to Herzog Fest. We are also hosting some other. Our committee has designed some other activities and events, and one of them is another history-related play that Cheryl Glassman is actually writing for us that will be performed at Hayes High that Thursday of the first week of August.
Yeah.
And so there's lots of other activities. We have calendars on our website, on the Historical Society website, and we still have a few of these. I'd like to give you one.
Oh, thank you.
Of these
Yes.
hanging wall calendars that have
So I'm gonna
photos.
hold this up for the people that are
Oh, I forget that we're on
watching.
there.
I know.
Okay. But it has photos. It has a
Nice.
list of all the events by the week, not just our events, but there's other events throughout. So you can plan your vacation or your time away.
Yeah.
Maybe your family's from Munger, and you can see when they're having their mass or what other kind of activities are on the calendar. So they have done an amazing job. I can't shout out to them enough that it's a committee of 20 people strong at least that have been meeting since 2024 to help plan these celebrations. And sometimes when you're in committees, you get like a group project, you get one person doing all the work. That is not the case with these individuals. They have been meeting monthly, and I wish I could name them all, and just because they've done a wonderful job and they make me look good and I get to talk about it all the time.
Well, we are out of time. Thank you both. We have been listening and discussing things with Amanda Rupp and with Norma Pipkin. I wish you the best of luck. We'll be praying for success for all of these events. How awesome for our community, and to continue that Volga German heritage. And as it relates to our faith, it's an incredible legacy that you all are part of, and that these individuals left for us. So thank you so much for taking the time to be with us today. We are going to transition into our top of the hour IDs, and then we will have Michael come in and he will be with our next guest. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. All right. Well, you are listening to Divine Mercy Radio on 101.7 KJDM Lindsborg, Salina, 105.7 KMDG Hayes, 88.1 KRTT in Great Bend, 88.1 KVDM in Hayes, 89.1 KGOH in Colby, and 107.3 K297AI in Hill City. Well, if you'll give us just a moment, we are going to transition from one host to the other. I'm going to let Michael take the reins. Cody Marinser will be with you tomorrow, and I will be back on Thursday afternoon. So thank you for letting me spend some time with you today.
All right. Good afternoon, Divine Mercy Radio. As Allison told you, I will be doing the interview for the final hour on Tuesday of the 2026 Care-a-thon. I was about to say, pray, hope, and don't worry. That's from a little while ago. Behold, I make all things new. And really, it's kind of cool. If you're wondering where this comes from, you might think it's a gospel passage, but it's actually not a gospel passage. It is from the book of Revelation specifically. Now, however, if you've seen The Passion of Christ, which is a beautiful, beautiful movie, well done by Mel Gibson, John Caviezel, if you know him as well, plays Christ in that movie. Just a beautiful thing. But there's a scene where Jesus is carrying his cross, and as he's going along the way, his mother Mary, as we know from the Stations of the Cross, finds a way to get to him through the crowd. There's a brief moment that a window opens up, and she makes it to him, and she gets there, and she goes to console him and be there, and she's in tears, and he is suffering, and seeing his mother causes him even more suffering to see how much pain that he is in. And he sits there, and before picking up his cross and continuing on, he looks at her and says, "See, mother, I make all things new." And that's where the inspiration behind the Care-a-thon theme, "Behold, I make all things new," actually came from, was watching that beautiful movie during Lent this year. So without further ado, Allison took us through the end of the hour with all of our station IDs. So we are good to go to finish off today. So I have Travis Grizel in here. Wonderful man. If you remember, and we're paying attention to our social media, back in earlier this year, we actually did an interview with him and Cody that turned out pretty good. It would have been better if not for a mistake made by yours truly. I had set up for a time lapse on our camera and had forgotten to redo and reset the settings on the camera. And so we went back after this wonderful interview and found out that instead of recording it with audio, I had recorded in time-lapse fashion. So Cody and Travis were just making a bunch of wild gestures and talking, but there was no audio. And so we had to re-record it, and it would still turned out great, but I was a little disappointed that I had screwed that up. But he's in here today, and we're not able to record out to you guys on double speed, so we're going to be okay this time. I don't have to worry about making that mistake. So Travis began his time at TMP Marion in 2007 with the theater department. Since then, he has taught, coached, and continues to direct productions at the school in addition to his new role in the advancement office. Travis has also served on the board of directors for the Hayes Community Theater since 2007 and has had 3 terms as their president. So, welcome back, Travis. I'm actually going to go ahead and possibly read off the beginning of this hour's trivia, and I'm going to have you read it if I can find it here real quickly. There's a chance that Allison might have accidentally took it with us, took it with her out there, because shufflings of papers and all that. So let's go ahead and just get straight into the interview then, and we'll do trivia here in a little bit. So a little bit of a rehash from your interview with Cody, but what have you, you're part of the theater and all that kind of beautiful production at TMP. So just to give people, who are not in Hayes, who aren't with TMP and don't know things, what has TMP recently done in the theater department in terms of plays, musicals, and all of that kind of stuff?
Yeah, sure. Thanks for having me. We, this year, our fall musical that we have every year, we have a fall musical and then a non-musical play or a straight play in the spring. Fall musical was Wizard of Oz once again. That's one of the few shows I've done more than once out there. So it was great. We sold out 2 of the 3 shows, and it's everybody, especially in Kansas, it's kind of our backyard. Our American fairy tale Wizard of Oz, and we had a great turnout for that. Kids did an amazing job as usual, and we had a good experience with that. And then we went back to kind of a similar theme, if you will, just an old standard of American culture, the Beverly Hillbillies, for our spring show. And the adults in the building were really psyched about that. And this generation of students was, so that was a thing? Was that really? And it translated to an amazing crowd, especially for a spring play with all the spring sports going on. But we had a great turnout, and we were able in both shows to involve our grades 6 through 12. And we've had a wonderful turnout of our younger students down there in in the middle school, or up there, I should say. They're on the 3rd floor, and hopefully they'll get the theater or the performance bug, and they'll that's something they can keep continuing to experience throughout their years there at TMP Marion.
Amazing. I know. So I graduated from TMP in 2018, and so funny enough, that's the last time, like you said before it, recently. So in 2018 was Wizard of Oz. Actually, it would have been 2014. I think it was 2014 rather. So 2014, and so now a while back later. And it's cool. How does somebody get involved? Like, especially for maybe the younger students, in high school you have tryouts, but how do the younger students and just in general get involved?
Yeah, so for a good many years, especially when our junior high was young in that building, we had Mr. Jim Balthazar was my assistant and music director. And Jim, he taught, junior high classes up there. And Jim was truly just a Renaissance man. He taught science and math, and going back to his earlier teaching days in Over Russell, you name it, he probably taught it. And he was a tinker and a scientist and an amazing singer, played guitar, and he was really good at that age, which is a critical age to kind of find your tribe or find what group you're going to, in high school, kind of gravitate towards your like-minded people with similar interests. He was good at picking out these students and saying, hey, I noticed you didn't go out for track, or I noticed this. Have you tried singing? You got a great speaking voice, or I really think this would be fun. And he was great about pulling those younger kids into the program, plugging them in. And when we lost Jim, sadly, back in 2020, we kind of gravitated more towards the high school side of things, especially on the plays and the musicals. It's easy to fill out choruses and keep adding folks, but some of the plays is kind of tough. But for those young ones, we have just opened it up audition-wise, and it adds some audition slots, but it gets them in the practice of showing up. And it doesn't have to take a long time. They can say, I just want to be involved, or I just want to be in the chorus, or just want to be an extra. We have them read something, but just giving them the chance to present themselves, have stage presence, because I'm not scared to talk in front of anybody, but auditions still freak me out. It's nerve-wracking. It's, all the focus is on not your characters, just you as a person trying to make it into a show. And we take everyone usually per the show. It's a formality or just the process of best aligning the students or the talent pool we have with the demands of the production. But we get those younger kids involved just like the high school. And we were blessed this year with our upperclassmen, especially our seniors, of just being great leaders and role models and being welcoming and being a good inclusionary group of saying, hey, yeah, this is kind of how it works backstage. You're going to want to be quiet here. You're going to want to do this. This is the tradition before show. And they're great at bringing these young kids into the fold. And that's what they need at that age, at any age, to feel included, and not just that, Grisella, let the young ones in, kind of grumble, but realizing that, no, this is the future of the department, of something that I have enjoyed doing at school. And they've done a great job with that.
Amazing. So what goes into, and I've always been curious about this, it's kind of one of my regrets actually, is that I played sports in high school and didn't do any theater, didn't do pop singers, did nothing like that. So I really don't have too much information and experience in these kinds of things. So what exactly goes into preparing for a musical or a play? How do you even begin that?
Sure. And that's one of my regrets as well, Michael, because you got a great voice and we always needed guys. So thanks for that. But yeah, to your point, it's, I've got experience as a great tool, and it's not that I'm anything good or special. It's just I've made enough mistakes over the years and tried to correct that you kind of find what works. And the beautiful thing about, and you mentioned I've done community theater stuff for a long time. When you put out a show or an audition call, you're not sure from the community who's going to show up or who you'll be working with. The probability of guessing your talent pool, you got some regulars, but in high school, I can pretty well track the kids that are going to do it, stick with it, and you kind of know what you have in the pocket. You always have auditions. There's always a surprise, but I've looked at a few things as I've kind of settled into my cycle here over the last almost 20 years, which is wild to say, but you look at a 4-year scale, because I traditionally go back to just the high school. And in any given 4 years, if you got a student that this is their thing, this is their niche, this is their skill set, their talent, their passion, over those 4 years, am I able to offer them a variety of genres, styles? They've done a drama, they've done a comedy, they've done a classic like Oz, they've done something new. maybe like The Rock of Ages or Big Fish. Maybe that's something not so well known, but might be a classic, when they're old and gray like me. So on that 4-year cycle, giving just a wide body of work, and that has kind of served us well in that I've been fortunate to enjoy a lot of students do theater or do performing post their time at TMP. I've got Lane Worth is off directing shows in Michigan. There's nothing better. Sammy Pfeiffer from almost 20 years ago, she's out on the West Coast, been performing and doing theater stuff. My own daughter, Rebecca, she's in Kansas City. She's on a board for a community theater. She continues to perform. There's nothing better than talking shop with former students and finding out ways that they do things that I can learn. Just like most things in life, if you commit to being a lifelong learner, you'll always find new things and better ways to do things, or at least new things to try. And some of their comments, oh, Griselda, now I understand why you did this and that. It's just an incredibly rewarding thing to talk shop on that. So I kind of approach our seasons, our years with that in mind, that if they go off and they go audition for scholarships or whatnot post high school, they have a body of work that reflects versatility. They've been exposed to a wide number of things. I'm an old book nut. Taught English for 5 years. I love literature. So much of theater is rooted in literature, be it classical works of American literature, the Renaissance period, the Bible. There's so much that culturally envelopes or is enveloped by the theater that these kids can, on a 4-year cycle, be exposed to a lot. And I've had a number of college directors and professors reach out and say, wow, they really did a diverse group. And that's not on me. That's just my kids being trusting enough and accepting enough, and the school administration to say, okay, yeah, we see what you're doing. Let's plug it in and stick to that model. So we've had a good run so far, and it seems to be a model that's worked well. But you kind of look at the talent pool you have, what you've done recently. You also have to consider the community. Has Hayes High done it? Has HCT done it? You want people turning out for the shows and being experienced to some new or fresh theater every once in a while. But it's fun to revisit some things like the Wizard of Oz every now and then. But a lot of thought goes into it. Has to be something that I don't hate, because I will read a script 3 or 4 times before I pick a show. First time it's a story. Second time I'm picturing our kids in it. Third, I'm picturing costumes and set, how they work in the Dryling Theater. You have to look at, is it school appropriate? And then there's another layer. Is it appropriate to our mission as a Catholic school? Are we putting something on the stage that is indicative of what we want our young citizens to be a part of? So there's all that gets factored in. And you kind of about midway through the year, you get a good handle on the group you're going to have. And that helps as you look at shows too. So it's process, but it's one that I've really kind of settled into and gotten acquainted with.
Amazing. Okay. Well, that's a good point to break in and just say, let's go ahead and read off the 3 o'clock first trivia question. So I will let you go ahead and do that. Just make sure you don't read off the answer.
Okay. First one is, Peter cut off the ear of a servant in the garden when Jesus was arrested. Which gospel mentions Peter by name? John, Matthew, Mark, or Luke?
And maybe one more time, just in case somebody missed it.
Okay. Peter cut off the ear of a servant in the garden when Jesus was arrested. Which gospel mentions Peter by name? John, Matthew, Mark, or Luke?
Perfect. And the number to call in for that is 785-621-4110. 785-621-4110. And folks, that's also the number you can call in to get your pledge in, to help support us, to keep us on the air, and to help us move into this new building. 785-621-4110. Really excited for that. Big things planned. We talked about that a little bit this morning. If you missed it, you can go back and watch that actually on YouTube now. We have it posted there. There's a link on Facebook. And if you don't have Facebook, then there's a link on our website. So go there. You can find it and you can watch all of the videos that have happened from this morning. And then later this afternoon, we will get the last 4 hours on as well. But we got that new building. Very excited about that. Don't forget about that. Big things coming. As Nathan, Lester, and myself talked about this morning, merging radio with digital. So the analog and the digital, and merging the two. And we're ready to go forward with that to keep providing you with amazing radio programming, but also trying to reach our younger audience as well. So prayerfully considered giving us, and call us at 785-621-4110 and answer that trivia question for a chance to win at the end of this hour. Okay, so we talked a little bit about, preparing for the show, what it takes, what you consider with the community, what's been going on. Is there anything that you consider? Does a play have to be a certain amount old before you would consider doing it? Do older plays have more significance over newer things? What is the playwriting scene look like with things coming out and picking a good play that might be new or it might be old?
That's a great question, and it's almost it's an ongoing balancing act, because you never want to totally discount the new art, if you will, that's out there, but you've got 4 years with these kids, or 6 or 7 if we involve the middle school. So you want to make sure you get some of the classical works, because if they've hung around this long, there's some merit to them. There's some staying power. There's some familiarity. There's a lot of works that have been adapted into different mediums. Film was the big one. So a lot of times you can point to that, and there's an educational opportunity to point out the differences. Okay, guys, what did you notice in the film adaptation for the stage? Why do we think it played out that way? Same with book to stage. But it's hard to stumble upon, especially musicals. Musicals, they're a lot easier for me to kind of peruse and think about, because I can drive down the highway, listen to a soundtrack, and think about the show as it unfolds. There's been a trend. You go to Broadway in the West End, the jukebox musical has done very well, because you're already taking music that was tested in popular culture. A lot of folks have been exposed to it, maybe like Mamma Mia, the community theater did last summer. And oh my gosh, we had such a response to that, because you've got multiple generations that have grown up around ABBA. And then the film adaptation brought in some more people, and musicals are usually a little bit easier to see something new kind of catch fire on that. The plays, there's in the technology era that we're in, you and I could go home right now and we could, quote unquote, publish a play. We could write something out, we could get it online, and if it gets some traction, I mean, that the leverage is there, to where, just 20, 30 years ago, even, you'd have to go through a publisher, a clearinghouse, get it approved, get someone to invest in it and say, okay, yeah, we'll mass produce this with tangible paper copy. So it's a lot. I would argue it's never been easier to get new material out there, but it's almost, there's so much that I know, and maybe this is just something I'm guilty of, instead of sifting through all the sea of new stuff to try to find something, you go, well, I know Arsenic and Old Lace is good, and we've never done that. So I'm trying to get a lot more open-minded and dedicate more time to looking at new things. I'm looking at things that are written by younger people, some students, some material that's maybe a little more relatable. The Outsiders is a good example. S.E. Hinton was, I think, 17 when she wrote that. To Kill a Mockingbird is told through the eyes of Scout. Those are both things that I've either taught or referenced in class. And that perspective from a young person, when you're dealing with young people on the stage, there's sometimes a connectivity there that you want to tap into. So it's an excellent question, and it's an ongoing balancing act of just not hanging your hat on the new tried and true stuff, or the old tried and true stuff, but branching out and being part of the process of, if we produce it at TMP, we have a hand in possibly bringing that to the forefront, because other teachers or directors will see that. And the more schools and amateur theaters that produce these works, that might, 100 years from now, that might have been the starting point for something that could become a classic. So it's an excellent question. And it's something that I have to consistently remind myself on the approach to choosing shows. Let's look at some fresh stuff, some new stuff. Let's not be afraid to pioneer a show every once in a while.
That does sound amazing, being, on the forefront of a new play or musical being put out. That's really cool. Has there ever been a time where one of your students has tried to produce their own play, and you've even tried to do a trial run just at TMP? Maybe not publicly, but just with the students. If anybody's tried to get in there and just attempt to write something new, or is it more so, has anybody tried to do that before?
Yeah, I've had a handful of students over the years. The one I think about off the top of my head, it's going back a ways. Sammy Pfeiffer, when Cheryl Glassman was directing shows, and then I assisted Cheryl, and then eventually took over for her. Cheryl did a great job of fostering that talent as well. And Sammy had written a couple of really, really good plays. And it wasn't something that was to the point of her wanting to produce it, but within the drama classes, we've done some of that. Hasn't been anything that's gone out to the public that I can think of, but we've had students write their own mini plays or skits or original works that they could. It's an amazing perspective to, if you're especially an upperclassman that's been in theater or singers or whatnot, performance, to get on that side, to write something that someone would want to perform, or that you could task someone with, okay, there's a certain amount of empathy and you have to crawl out of your skin and into the characters to, under false circumstances, react and act realistically within that world. And there's a little bit of a transformative perspective that happens. So getting on the writing side of that and creating not only characters that would foster that, but a plot or a situation or circumstances that would seem like it would gel with that, so to speak. So the writing side of it is always an educational thing. We've had a few kids that have really, or students that have really latched onto that over the years, but it's great ideas. You're sitting there putting it to me that, and it usually comes down to time and student schedule and whatnot, but to have a student produced show, and I know larger schools do that, but it would be a really cool thing to see happen. We've had some summer camps where kids have, my students have put together things for youth and then some reviews and things like that. But we have some things in our community that do that as well, through the Hanson Foundation and some original works that through a week they come to fruition in a performance. But it's a great concept to kind of, it's going to get me thinking now, Michael, on that, if that's possible. And to just, I'm all about the cultural literacy and the well-rounded student, getting them all sides of something, especially if there's a passion there.
Yeah, part of the reason I ask that is just because when I was in college, the college did a spoof on The Late Show, and so they'd pick it was almost like a huge vote and consensus on who the host would be, and so they talk about things that were very relevant to the college. And the one that I happened to work on and did a lot of visual work for it was during COVID, and so there were a lot of COVID jokes, and it was great, and everybody was laughing because it was so relevant specifically to right where you were. So
Yeah.
writing specific for a specific audience could be, a way to go there, but then might not have as much broad capabilities if you're trying to get that out to people.
Yeah, and it's I think I battle this in the community theater. It's maybe a bit of an offhand comment, but it seems like, and I hate to be one of those people that go, oh, since the pandemic and everything goes back to 2020, but it really has been kind of a chore to get folks. And I'm saying this as someone who's extremely guilty of this. Once I'm out of the house, if you get me to a concert, a live theater show, something that a game, something the students are doing, once I'm out in there, I'm having a good time. I'm glad I did it. But getting my bottom off the chair, away from just sitting, streaming whatever, petting the dog, grilling outside, what have you. We've kind of, there's folks that, I miss the days of just holding up and binge watching, during the pandemic. We've kind of become a little antisocial, or at least my perception of it, that it's harder than ever to get folks out. And I do think the thing that has carried over, once we get them out, they're glad they did. And we've been extremely blessed. Like I said, we had phenomenal crowds this year for our 2 shows, but those are well-known shows. The Wizard of Oz and Beverly Hillbillies. I'm probably speaking more to my generation up on those particular 2, but that name recognition, it was kind of a good litmus test. Okay, if we don't get them out for that, can you do new stuff or unheard of things? So I think that kind of gives us a good launch pad. It gets kids plugged in, gets parents plugged in, that maybe, going for the next couple of years, you can try a few more things that are familiar. And I don't know it yet, but they usually do something halfway watchable on the stage and get them out and about for that. But it's always interesting to see what people will show up for, what they'll leave the house for. And I think at the end of the day, especially in the high school setting, sometimes you could have the kids read a phone book and you'd have a decent turnout, because God bless them, our folks are there to support the students and make sure they have a good experience with it. So that's the other thing too. And if they catch some theater that they like, or maybe that's something new that they're exposed to along the way, then we've done a few things that are good there.
Amazing. Okay, we don't have a trivia winner yet, so I'm going to go ahead and reread that just really quickly. And to make it fair, because I know some people have slower fingers than others, the number that you're going to want to put into your phone. It's 785-621-4110 for this trivia question. And the hint now is love or beloved. Okay, that's the hint. Love or beloved. Okay. And I hope that for you Bible scholars out there, that should give you a pretty good clue of which one you should pick. So in the gospel, Peter cuts off the ear of a servant in the garden when Jesus is arrested. In which gospel mentions Peter by name? Is it A, John, B, Matthew, C, Mark, or D, Luke? There's not just one gospel that says it. There's a couple of them, but there's one gospel that mentions him by name. It's almost as if when they first wrote it, they went, well, I'm not going to do them like that. I'll just say somebody did it. And then this gospel went and said, nah, we're going to tell you exactly who did it. And they wrote down Peter's name when they did this. So which of the four gospels is it? John, Matthew, Mark, or Luke? And again, the hint is beloved or loved. Jesus really loved this disciple, and that is your hint. 785-621-4110. Call in to get your name into the drawing. Okay, that's the last call for that one as well, too. If we get no answers by the time we read off the next one, then that question will go, which does mean if you already put your name into the drawing and won, that's good news for you. That gives you more chances to win, a smaller pool for your name to be drawn out of. But we like when people call up to the station, so take a shot at it. If you're not sure, you got a 1 in 4 chance. Go for it. Okay, let's get back to Travis here and stop wasting time. Okay, so you talked a little bit about how you pick the play that might go on. What kind of student input are you looking for? Because I know you had mentioned you have to deal with who you have. That, if there's a spot that's for a tall, skinny guy, and you have no tall, skinny guys, it's going to be a little bit harder to find. But are there any place where the students have come to you and been, hey, I think we should do this one, and you work with them that way? Do they ever pick it, or is it more what's going to work and better than what they do, and so you might consider it, but at the end of the day, you're going to know better than they will on a topic?
Yeah, and a lot of times those your quote unquote theater kids, as I call them, and I'm one too, they're never at a loss for what show they'd like to do. I think it doesn't matter what age you are, you gravitate to, I can really see myself doing well in this. So if I announce a show and they don't see themselves in one of those characters, or it doesn't really speak to their talents, they're kind of not as enthused. But they always have shows on tap, especially the musicals. Have you thought of that? Can we do this? Most of the time, they're either not out for amateur licensing, or they're horribly inappropriate, or we've done them. I just did that last year, or something like that in the community. But the musicals, and then before a show, if you walk by the green room, there's always seems to be a soundtrack each year that the kids kind of latch onto, a Broadway musical or West End, and they play. And I gauge that. Okay, kind of gets me thinking. This age group is really liking that. And they surprise me. It's not always the new flashy shows. It can be, a couple of years ago, Fort Hayes did Jekyll and Hyde, so they were playing Jekyll and Hyde, and there's Into the Woods and some of this stuff. But so I get little clues when I taught drama class, or it was around forensic students. We'd love talking shows and whatnot, and I try to, if I think there's one that's possible that they're amped about, I try to kind of poo-poo it and then maybe surprise them with it. But on the plays, it's a little bit more difficult. They're just like the rest of us. The plays aren't usually as well known. There's a tendency, and this isn't just my students, it's folks that, you should do insert movie name here as a play. Well, you have to find something that's actually been adapted, published, or take on the task of adapting something and publishing it. We're in an interesting place in writing right now, to where, again, like I said, you and I, Michael, could go home and write a play, or especially our younger folks out there listening, they might have some experience with AI and saying, okay, Chat GPT, here's what I want. I want a play that would feature me, a baritone that's older than dirt, and centers around. You can put in the plot, ideas for character, whatnot, and you can just see that thing unfold in front of you. And that's both amazing and frightening, that in some ways that will spark some creativity. It will be the launch pad for what someone needed to maybe cobble together a timeless show. Or wearing the English teacher hat again, it just leads into, well, we don't need human produced anything. Look at this. Quote unquote, I wrote a play. And they forgot the A part of that I. When you get into copyright law and whatnot, it's getting real interesting out there with what you can claim as yours, what has to be declared as artificial intelligence or whatnot. So we're just in the baby steps of that. It's gonna every day. It's a new thing you hear on that. So that's another component that our young people are faced with daily. With either their school issue device or their personal phones and tablets, that the AI component of that. But getting back to the original question, though, I do. We've had a fun thing in our school the last couple of years. We've had a drama bulletin board, and I absolutely love the fact that we have Sister Mary Monica and Sister Mary Agnes in school there, and they love doing that bulletin board. And we've done kind of an advent calendar drop on shows to where I'll put 10 shows up there, and usually one of them is the one that we're going to do, but I'll sometimes let the seniors go pluck a show. Sometimes they do that with great joy. Sometimes they're very sad because it's the show they were hoping that would have. But I cobbled together their feedback too on what shows we should put up there. And even if that's not the show we select, I've got some ideas for next year and going on to get kind of a beat on what that generation's looking at. But I've been very blessed at just usually the kids, they have buy-in or they trust or they just love doing it so much. And we've had a few shows that they've admitted that some of them at least that, wow, I really did not like your choice here, but it turned out to be fun. And I'm sure there's plenty of them that like, no, I thought it was a dumb choice and you proved me right. So, but I've had a really great group over the years that we've had a good thing going in there. And there's a vulnerability of standing in front of folks and performing and especially singing to get that trust between directors, actors, musicians, and whatnot. It's a special thing that happens on stage, and we've been blessed to have a good run of good students, and there's so much talent per capita in our Hayes Catholic schools and in all the other schools as well, our young people that you can tap into. But we've got a wealth of it still, and it's exciting we're looking at the next one for New Year's, for the new year already, and I'm excited to see who shows up and who surprises me at auditions.
Sweet. Going back to something you said on taking the courage to stand in front of people, whether performing, whether being the leader of a bunch of students who are going to perform something and being vulnerable, like you said, how does that play into something like improv? I remember the TV show, Whose Line Is It Anyways? And absolutely loved that show. Hilarious show, but that show is completely centered around improv. And if people don't know what improv is, it's basically you do not know the lines that you're going to say, and not all the time, but in that show, and Whose Line Is It Anyways, basically you came up with the lines on the spot. Now for a play, you probably don't want to do that, but is there any room for improv? For example, you said some students might not like the play. So do you leave them room for improv to change it into something that they might appreciate a little more?
Yeah. And, improv is such a difficult thing to teach or direct because in my estimation, and I don't have a lot of experience in improv, but I feel like the best, the Whose Line guys and gals that have done that. I think if you're a well-rounded person, if you're culturally aware and you've watched enough things and you can relate to enough things situationally that this is universally funny or this is universally inappropriate or universally sad or happy, that on a whim's notice with a prompt, you can tap into that and make it apply to something that would be entertaining. That's a skill that's I grew up from my very small hometown, Maxwell, Kansas. I had a young lady that was a year under me. She got involved in improv theater in Chicago, and they would do like an hour. There's 4 of you in the improv group. You're 2 couples on a blind date, and you get served orange juice instead of coffee. Go. And those people with that amount of talent, they can make a hilarious scene just go on and on in perpetuity and they're just feeding off of either each other or the situation. But there's this kind of well-rounded understanding of how things unfold and how a plot works and how characters react, what's funny, timing for humor and relatability is fun. One of the other things you mentioned, that's another thing that it's a good educational opportunity for all of us, but especially our young people, that if we're doing a published work, you have to honor, and usually, unless the playwright dictates otherwise, it is word for word your licensing agreement. you can't just say, well, Grizel, I thought this would be funnier, so I changed the line. We are beholden to what's printed, and we're honoring the work of the playwright there. For schools, that gets dicey a lot of times on the appropriateness of the language. I'd like to be able, you license this to a high school. We're also a Catholic school. We have a mission. We have a certain standard that we want to hold our students to. Can we get permission to change the lines? The licensing houses have gotten better on that. There's some junior versions of shows which are amazing. They'll key things into a more narrow key range for musicality on young voices developing. They've changed a lot of questionable language that's situational. I think personally you can do a lot of that. Beverly Hillbillies is a great example. Hilarious all day long. You can laugh. And it is line for line, especially the first half of the play from the old syndicated show from the 60s. I mean, good humor can stand on its own without being lewd or inappropriate. And that's a great lesson for our kids as well. But you getting back to it, there's copyright things that you have to observe and you can write and get permission with. But that is in a scripted performance, you are kind of tethered to the script in most licensing ways to do it exactly. Now, I say all that, it's also live theater. So if I get out there and I don't remember verbatim what the line is, there's going to be a little unplanned improv, but that is on you. That's why we rehearse to get so acquainted with the plot, the direction of the show. I don't remember the line, but where does the scene need to go? Or I got Michael across from me. I know if I get the gist of the line, he'll save me, or he knows enough. We've worked, that's the value of rehearsal time. We've developed a chemistry. I know the timing. I know the comfortability of him working with me. We can get through the scene. So it's an amazing process. And a lot of these plays, especially the musicals, you're taking something that was published for the very best in the world. This is a Broadway show. This was put out there for the Bette Midlers and the Ramin Karimlus, those folks that are the best in the world. And you're taking that same script and score in some instances and saying, here you go. You're a bunch of high school kids. Or here you go. You're a community theater person. I got a plumber, a banker, and an advancement director and a teacher in the room. Do what the best in the world does. I don't know that there's anything else out there that does that. If you just drop some of us in Kauffman Stadium and say, hey, go play ball to the same, well, we might be able to right now this season with the Royals, but I digress. But it's an amazing thing to see something come from an idea to a script to culminate in something that's, halfway entertaining. And I applaud those young people every time they have something that's even remotely watchable, because we have so much limited rehearsal time to work through, and I might have 2/3 of them there because our kids are involved in so many things, which is awesome that they have that opportunity. But it's a magical journey from script to stage, and see what they are able to present at the end of that process.
Amazing. Okay, well, I'm going to break in here really quickly, and our trivia winner for the last question was Rebecca Stein. So, which gospel specifically mentions Peter as the one who chopped off the servant's ear? And that is John. John wrote that. So if you don't know, John's gospel is actually written later than Matthew, Mark, and Luke's. Couldn't get that out for some reason. But John's is written later. So it's kind of funny that the first three wrote about it, but then John's the one who actually names Peter. And so there's some different theories on why that might be, but that's something that occurred. So we're going to go ahead and move on to the second trivia question of the hour, and I will have Travis read it once again for us. Now, before he reads it, I'm going to give everybody a fair opportunity, okay? So have your phones ready. 785-621-4110. 785-621-4110. Have that number ready. He's going to read it right now.
It's very apropos for the year we're in, local celebration-wise. What country did the Volga Germans settle in before coming to the United States of America? What country did the Volga Germans settle in before coming to the United States of America?
Okay.
I should give some. If you call in and know that, you're really good. Poland, France, Venice, or Russia? Poland, France, Venice, or Russia?
I will jump in here and say commonly known as. So we had a couple of ladies on here last time, so there's a chance that they might have said something that I wasn't aware of, but we're going to say commonly, what would you consider the Volgan Germans to have come from? I hear the phones ringing, and so I'm going to believe that we probably have an answer there, so we'll get that name here in just a second. And just so you know, too, that 785-621-4110 number is also the number you should call if you have a pledge that you want to give us. You know, we got a new building that we are going to be moving into in June, and a lot of exciting things going on. So help us. This Care-a-thon, yes, it's a fundraiser, but really, we want to be able to give back to you. And we know that people love hearing these interviews. They enjoy spending time with us as we're live on the station from 7 to 4 and just having a great time. So we're down to about the last 20 minutes, and I see that we have the trivia winner, and that is going to be Olivia Becker is the trivia winner. So congratulations, Olivia. We're going to put you into that fishbowl that we will draw from at the end, and we do it on camera so you know we're not cheating. You can go back and watch the tape in the film, and you can tell that every time we draw it, whoever's drawing it turns and looks away. We mix it up, and then we pull a random winner. So we promise we don't cheat on that. So you have a good chance of winning if you answered a trivia question. So we'll do that here in about 20 minutes, probably more about 15 to give us enough time to have our executive director, Nathan, come in here and talk and give us maybe a little bit of an update of how great the first day is going. So let's jump back in here. We're going to go back kind of to what a couple of things. And one of them was that we talked about improv and we talked about chemistry as well. And so I have two questions with that. And one of them is that you talked about timing, especially comedic timing. Is there a way to practice that, or is that just an inherent gift that some people have?
So, some of it's trial and error. You know, it's strictly speaking of a scripted comedic performance that you rehearse things, and we can see how they land, so to speak, and we can, the production team, directing team can say, why don't you try turning to the guy to your right when you say that? Why don't you give a beat before you reveal the rest of that sentence? Or why don't you cut him off with that? There's some timing things that you can try, and you can do that, and you can have a pretty good instinct for that. And then the first night you have an audience, some things land exactly like you think they would. There's a lot of things that you're like, okay, I've been listening to the show for 2 months. I forgot that was funny. I'm glad that's landing. They're getting a kick out of that. And there's some things that for 2 months you wait and you're like, boy, this is going to really have them in stitches, and it's crickets. So humor is all subjective, and there's relatability. What relates to you is something that's funny, might be something different for me. What I try to remind the students of is when you're in the limelight, so to speak, you have the front lights on you, it's hard to see the audience. And from where I'm usually at, helping with tech or overseeing up in the balcony, I can look over and you see a lot of nonverbal, some nods, some smiles, or like the meme exhale that you breathe through your nose, you grin a little bit. So they're liking it, they're enjoying it, they're giving you a humorous response. But if you're up there and you can't see them, it sounds like crickets. And there's so many times in intermission, like, Griselle, they're dead. Can you pass out some Red Bull? Like, no, the guys, they're loving it. They're the facial expressions and the nonverbals are really great. So not everything's just a guffaw or a laugh. And some, it's live performance. So every night it's different. Every audience is different. And if you go all 3 nights or 4 nights of a show, you might see something drastically different. You might see someone. We've had some things over the recent years that Eli went out last year during the Arsenic and Old Lace, and his character was just a ball of energy, fury across the stage. And he goes out there with zipper was down and shirt fly was hanging out, and it became an unintentionally funny moment. And it's just it's the beauty of live performance that we're all in on it together. We're all breathing the same air, as they say. And that's universally funny. And it was that kind of a show that, if you have the same thing happen under a really dramatic circumstance, it's if you're doing a death scene, it's something that's really evoking sad emotions, but the guy's got his fly down. It's contrary, and you're getting nervous giggles and whatnot. And that's a scary place to be in as both the director and a performer. But a lot of humor, situational. But getting back to the original, it's sometimes it's tough to direct, and sometimes at the end of the day, and I've had plenty of this happen, and I've gotten better about being more open-minded. I hear something or I see something in my mind how it should be, and I try to tailor the student's performance to that. But in their interpretation, filtering through their young eyes and what they've experienced, they present it in a different way than I've been planning on sometimes all summer. We go in the fall rehearsals, and I look at them like, I never thought of it that way, or I like the inflection. That actually That works better. You have to. I'm convinced if you're a good director, you have to be open to contrary ideas, and it's just not focusing on the students exacting or the actors exacting your vision, but exacting the vision of our collective show. This is the story that we're going to tell in our way. You go see Wizard of Oz from Hayes High or any other town, you're going to see a great production that's different because same script, but the creativity is going to be flexed in a different way. Oh, they went that way with their costumes. Well, I like the way that the delivery vocally, that's not Julie Garland, but I like it. It's sincere with Dorothy. So it's the same spoken word. And that's the beauty of copyright, that it gets to be a pain in the neck sometimes to be so beholden to that. But in the artistic merit of it, it's great to see the creativity flex because we're all presented with the same thing. And that truly makes it our own, is what we bring to it, what we change, and what we give it the persona or the character of that written word on the execution of the material that way.
Fantastic. You mentioned that sometimes you have up to 4 shows of one play or musical. Which do you think is typically the best show? When is everything? Because you said they're all different, but which one is the first show working out a little bit of the bugs? The last show, maybe I'm tired of this. I don't got the energy anymore. So, but which of but it could also be, this is the last one. Yeah. We got to go for it. Which show do you think is typically the best out of a 4-night or 3-night series?
That is a great question. And it's always, we usually, not usually, we just about always end our production run at TMP Marion on a Sunday matinee. And then we'll do cast pictures, we'll do some cleanup, and then we'll go downstairs to the dining hall, have pizza, barbecue, whatnot. And that's a good time for me to especially speak with our upperclassmen, typically our seniors are the last one. Okay, guys, which was the best show? Was it Friday night? Was it Saturday? Sometimes it's definitely Saturday. The audience was awesome. Sometimes you get a really responsive audience. And even if the execution of the material didn't go quite well on the stage, the audience made up for it because they were so lively and they gave you so much back. Sometimes you spoke to a few things that opening night, we go out there, we're amped up, the energy and the adrenaline, and we knock it out of the park. I've had a few shows where then you have the Saturday slump, and then Sunday it's the last one. Let's knock it out of the park. It's what I get asked on tickets. I need a ticket to the musical. What's usually the best show? That depends on the year, the audience, the group, you name it, the barometric pressure, who knows? There's also, what are you looking for? If you go to the Sunday show, you're going to see some weird things. You're going to see maybe a pig puppet go across the stage. That it's not something that we're changing line-wise or whatnot, but they'll work things into the show on Sunday, or they'll name drop Grizel, which they're not supposed to do, but they always do anyway. And you'll see some goofy. So if you're wanting the literal interpretation of the material, you're a purist. Maybe Sunday's not your gig. Friday night, we're pretty tried and true. And with every one of the shows, I can confidently say the one constant has been this. By the time we get done with the Sunday show, I feel like, wow, we really have it in the pocket, guys. We know where the laugh lines are probably going to be. We've gotten a live audience, and next weekend we are really, it's done. It's all that work, and it's the nature of the beast. And I really had a tough time letting go of seniors, letting go of the show, taking down the set. And for some shows, it's still kind of hard, but it's a great experience. It's fulfilling, and I've been assured over the many cycles of students that I've had that as tough as it is to let the seniors go, it is exciting to see the new group step up. And I've been blessed to have a group step up every year that have been involved. No doubt we've got some great young people in the pipeline that are going to step up. And these kids change so much over the summer that if we have auditions in the spring for a musical, I'll come back in the fall or from year to year. I think I've really got a good beat on what their talent is, a skill set, what character they would mesh up with. Every audition, I get a surprise. I would have not picked you for that, but wow, they really read Jed well, or they really read Ellie Mae, or I didn't know that was our Dorothy. But so they always bring a surprise. And so you've got to have auditions. You've got to be open-minded. You can't totally precast. Something you mentioned earlier, you're not going to do a Phantom of the Opera that's focused around an opera singer and be like, do you have any sopranos? I don't know. Hopefully one will come out of the woodwork. No, you don't want to put yourself in that, but you do need to take some chances. It's a balancing act of taking chances, having some faith in the talent pool, and also knowing that you probably got the horses in the crowd to pull it off loosely. So
sweet. Okay, let's shift gears. I have so much more I'd like to ask, but we're running out of time. But I would be remiss. You're not just in the theater department. You're also in the advancement office. And something that happened recently at TMP was ACE auction just this past Saturday. So can you talk about a little bit what goes into, because a lot of our churches have auctions, a lot of our Catholic schools have auctions, but a lot of people either haven't ever volunteered or haven't attended one and just don't know what goes into it. So what goes into planning a huge event such as ACE auction, and what does ACE even stand for if people don't know?
sure. So for the uninitiated, if you will, which was me this year to a large degree, ACE is the annual the auction for Christian education, ACE, and it's been annual. This is our 52nd ACE. So that's going back 52 years, and it is incredibly, I don't know if humbling is the word, but it's amazing, astonishing to me, the alumni association we have with ACE Catholic Schools. And I phrase it as such because it's not just TMP Marion, it's Marion High, it's TMP, it's the St. Joseph Military Academy, it's gosh, we had the St. Francis Seminary, we had Girls Catholic High, we had St. Joe's College. There's so many different phases and versions of our schools, our Catholic schools in Hayes, that has culminated, if you will, in an alumni association that is second to none, in my opinion, for a school our size and where we're at in Western Kansas. I mean, this is up there with some of the really pedigree-driven college programs. You go to their alumni associations. When you talk auction, the amount of items, we had all items and 100 live auction items. You're talking a donated car, you're talking a heating system, you're talking dinners and tastings and whatnot that go for thousands of dollars. And it's not to pat ourselves on the back, and especially not to pat me on the back. I've been along for the ride this year. I've been exposed to so many things. I've been around that school for almost 20 years. And ACE is a thing that happens. And I know it's a big deal. And I know it's a critical fundraiser. I was not aware of the alumni component of it, which is ironic because it's an alumni event. It always has been. And our alumni association, made up by phenomenal alumni and board members and just volunteers that, as massive as that auction is, we have the preview night, which I found out is not necessarily a given or apropos for a lot of these auctions, that you just have a night that your stakeholders or your donors can walk around, look at the items, have a sense of community, and then go back the next night and confidently bid on things or bid on things that they scoped out the preview. But it turns into an event that you build back from, just like a player musical. You build back from the performance or the execution date, if you will, and you say, okay, I know a week out I have to do this, 2 weeks out we have to, and these folks have got it down to a system. We've got Father Earl Bedford's been in the mix forever. Wanda Bellinger, who is quote unquote retiring as our alumni director, but I'm sure Wanda will still be in the mix and helping us out. They bring years of experience to it. Our alumni president this year, the last couple of years, Michelle Schleier, Olivia Becker, who is one of our trivia winners here. Some of them, Heather Shoemaker in the office, Rebecca Augustine. I'm leaving people out. I should never name drop, but it takes such an amount of work. But at the same, as massive as it is, it just flows. It's almost seamless because they've got it down to such a tried and true science, down to where you put the last board in the alumni shed, to when the tables go out, where they go. It's an amazing thing to witness. So Sunday, get up early, go to the school, and these volunteers just descend upon the school. We have the whole auction put away by about noon. I mean, it is crazy. But I would urge our listeners that if you're not yet acquainted, if you're new to the Catholic school system, if you don't have any affiliation with Hayes Catholic Schools, or if you've been around a while, we're a former student, what have you, if you're listening, if you've not volunteered, purchased a ticket, donated, or helped with ACE auction at TMP Marion, consider getting involved or learning more about it. We start doing the mail outs and stuff in February, kind of around Catholic Schools Week. And it is a wonderful, just when you're in our Al Bellinger Field House, which was a major focus for this year's auction with the 160 renovation thing, that project, to be in that gym and it's almost full, and you just look around and you're surrounded by people that love what we're doing. They value, they love Christian and Catholic education. They love our school. It's part tradition, it's part faith building, it's just an amazing thing. It's an awe-inspiring thing to look to your left, look to your right, and know that this is a family, this is a community, that we have a group of like-minded, incredibly generous people that come together. And outside of our community, our broader Hayes and Western Kansas community, you look at the businesses and the entities and foundations that the Dryling Trust, $300,000 match, the businesses that donate some really nice items and whatnot. We are incredibly blessed to live in such a community. And I'm talking the Hayes Catholic Schools, Hayes, Ellis County, Western Kansas, that helps facilitate and helps nurture this Catholic schools option in Western Kansas. And the first year with ACE on this side of it, it was just incredibly, I was blown away. And I've got so many people, I don't have a lot of ACE auctions to compare it to, but everyone said this was great. And I'm thinking, okay, yeah, it seemed great. But it really did go off for all intents and purposes without a hitch. And it's because of so many years leading up to trial and error and just people stepping out on faith and being able to do the hard work and the oftentimes thankless work that makes these auctions happen and keeps our schools going.
Amazing. And maybe with just maybe in like 2 minutes or so, and less if you only need less, if somebody wants to help out, and I would assume this could go for more than just TMP, if somebody wants to get involved, whether it's in musicals or plays or with church or school auctions, who should they talk to? And specifically with TMP, since you have the experience there, who do they go to? Where can they sign up to help?
Yeah, so if you step foot in either one of our schools, the Holy Family Elementary, TMP Marion, Junior, Senior High, the great place to start is the office there. Say, hey, how are things going? What do you need? If you reach out to the alumni or advancement office that's housed in TMP but represent the advancement office, Hayes Catholic Schools, we've always got fundraisers, volunteer opportunities. I've got a good beat on the performing arts side of things. We have wonderful coaches. We have leaders at both schools that can say, yeah, we'd really, well, there's booster clubs we're blessed with that. If you're more on the theater side or the sports side, or I drive a bus, I actually have a CDL, I can drive a bus, we can plug you in. You like making beer rocks? You don't know? You like eating them? Here's how they're made. We do a massive beer rock fundraiser. If you want something that's patriotic honors the military, we have that military appreciation banquet. We've got food drives, Meals on Wheels. Go to the school offices, go to your church office. Our parish churches in town and the surrounding communities are incredibly supportive of Hayes Catholic Schools, and they're a great conduit. And I would hope to say vice versa for them, that that community, we kind of know of the moment seasonally what the needs and wants are for volunteer help and people pitching in. Just reach out. And sometimes it's hard to know, as you said, who to reach out to. But you start in your church or your school office, they'll be able to direct you to someone that can help you get some information, hopefully sign you up for some opportunities that get you more in the mix. And it's kind of like I said earlier, once you're out of the house or once you're into the mix, I think you're going to have a very rewarding experience. You'll be glad you did. And hopefully you'll look forward to the next opportunity.
Fantastic. All right, Travis. Well, thank you so much for coming on, and we appreciate hearing everything that you just talked about with plays and advancements, and especially how to get involved. So thank you for coming on the Care-a-thon and being kind of a staple now at this point on our Care-a-thons. We love having people from our Catholic schools. So
you bet.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for having us, and great luck on what you're doing. It's awesome.
Yes, sir. Thank you much. Okay, well, you just finished listening to Travis Grizel tell us all about the TMP Marion musicals and the plays. We're going to go ahead and wrap up right now. We're going to have Nathan come in and do a drawing. And actually, if Travis wants to stick around, we might have him draw from the page. So we'll wait for Nathan for just a second to get in here, and we will go from there. But just wanted to give you a little glimpse into what we have tomorrow. So tomorrow morning will be, and all of Wednesday will be Cody Marinser, except for the 3 p.m. hour. I'll be taking that one over. But for the vast majority of tomorrow, we're going to have Cody Marinser come in, and he is going to lead these interviews. And just to give a brief glimpse, I'm actually on the Divine Mercy Radio webpage at dvmercy.com. You can find all of these. But at 7 a.m. tomorrow, we're going to have Chris McMahon on, who's going to talk about redefining wealth through a Catholic lens. After that, we have newly ordained Deacon Kyle Pfeiffer, who's going to be on to talk about him being ordained and what he's looking forward to. Hint, it's the priesthood. And we have a whole bunch of other things. There's going to be Father Brian Lager, Father Joshua Worth, and Bishop Gerald Vinke will be on as well. So if Nathan comes in here very quickly, we can do this drawing and we will get you back to our normal scheduled programming. Okay, so here we go. Nathan's going to mix these up, and if you're on the live stream, you can see him mix it up. They're all crumpled up. Nobody can see them. They're all crumpled up. Travis is reaching in. He's grabbing it. They're not looking. He's not looking. He's looking at the ceiling. All right, and he picked up Olivia
Becker.
And so that will be our winner. So
All
she
right.
receives
That would be a gift certificate to Messenger Catholic Gifts and Books in here in Hayes. They're also online at traditionalcatholicstore.com, and they're big supporters of the station. So go check out Jerome and Angela over there and tell them thank you for supporting us, and support them, please.
Perfect. Okay, well, we got to get you to, I believe it's going to be either Deacon Harold Burke-Sivers or Catholic Answers coming up soon. One of the two. I forget which one's this 4 o'clock hour. No, I think it's Catholic. Is it
Deacon's
Deacon
at 4
Harold?
o'clock. Yeah,
Okay,
Catholic Answers
Deacon.
starts at 5.
Okay, it's Deacon Harold Burke-Sivers is on, or is it Dr. Marcus Peters?
Oh,
It's
you're right.
Ave Maria in the afternoon. We
There you
know
go.
they were here just about a week ago. Okay, but I'm going to give us our call signs and we're going to sign off here. So you have been listening to Divine Mercy Radio Spring 2026 Care-a-thon. Behold, I make all things new. And that's what we're doing here, is making some new things. So you've been listening to 105.7 Hayes, 105.7 KMDG Hayes, 88.1 KVDM Hayes, 101.7 KJDM Lindsborg Salina, and 89.1 KGOH Colby, and 107.3 Hill City. So we will get you right back here bright and early, 7 a.m. with Cody and Chris McMahon. We'll see you tomorrow.